Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oh. Hi. Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hey, G. Hey. My brain is all over the place. It's okay. I'm alright though. A shooty bang bang. I'm not too sure what to do today, and I saw. Oh, they don't combine? You can ouch and then fly at the same time? But the milk is getting wasted. Am I not? Oh. Wait. Oh. But that took longer than usual. No, I didn't get the milk though. Hey, hope you're doing it. Also. Oh. It missed! Oh. Oh wait, that's the ragdoll camera, I think. How does ragdoll camera looks like if I were to like... What? Yeah, see, that's ragdoll camera. So if I enable it, what's gonna happen? If people use fly? You bully! You bully! I'm gonna blab. Because you bully, so I'm blabbing. You wouldn't hit a blabbing kobold, would you? No, right? This is a self-defense mechanism. You wouldn't hit a kobold that's blabbing. You cannot. It doesn't work that way. Anyway, hope you are doing good. And true, right? See? See? I know a kobold's strength is to I can blab and then I'll be safe. I also wanted to play a little bit of Slay the Spire today. A little bit. But also I kinda want to try out Frens versus Frens. Here, let me open up Steam real quick. Yeah, Frens versus Frens. I wanted to play Slay the Spire because there's this Initial D mod in there. Which I think is very funny and I like it a lot. Get that thigh, stretch that bone, I will do it. You know, I've been listening to Hi-Fi Rush again. It's so good. Wait. All the yips. Oh, eye numbers. I'm doing the thigh. I'm doing the thigh. At the same time, it's staring at your soul. Wait, give me a second. Give me a second. That's Asian, right? Agent George. Hi. Give me a second. I need more space. Okay. Now I'm doing it. I'm still here. I'm trying to get that thigh. And here Jay is being a bad griefon and trying to steal my plushie for my boyfriend's stream. Jay, you cannot just do that. That looks weird. Why is my hand up? Why was my hand up all? Why though? Oops. Yeah. My chair is so noisy, it's insane. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What plushy though numbers? I kinda want to look at it. I like plushy. Hey Nexus. Thanks for welcome. I'm trying. Well, I'm catching my breath. Oh man, I really have no stamina, do I? This kind of plushie, a beanium. I want it. I want that plushie. Oh, but it's not a dragon though, but I still want that plushie. Thanks for pet. I'm almost good. I'm almost done. Greeny Bean. Oh, that's a very cute plushie though. It's done by Greenium themselves. I mean, I already have a plushie of my own that's done by Perry. But I want more. Greeny's very cute. Yes, extremely precious Orca. Orca, ooh, I think Orca is kind of rare. That makes Greeny very precious. Yeah. Oh, those are some cute plushies though. Oh, I love them. I love them. Oh, the Bleppin Snake though? Oh my god. Oh, the Bleppin Snake. Oh my god, it's perfect. And anything that's doing a blapping is remotely better. Blaps are good. Anyway, a bit of a sad case here, but I'm okay. It's just a bit of a, you know there's something up there. I have to put it out to ask for a little bit of help, but only help if you can, alright? Please, only help if you can, but if you don't, it's totally fine. Like, I will say this, I will say this multiple times. You guys being here is more than enough, right? Okay. But situation is, ever since Dad's passing, because the letter of administration is not done yet, so we have a house loan problem, right? I think the house loan needs to pay until next year. It lasts until next year April, I think, if I remember correctly. Shit, I might have to re-look in. I might need to look into it again. But like, yeah, we have a house loan thing, so that's why we're a little bit tight. Because the house loan, each month we need to pay off about 4,200 ringgit. It's a lot. It's a lot, right? It's like a house loan, It's not, yeah, house loan, yeah. I honestly didn't know about this until like last month or like 2 months ago. About 2 months ago. It's already June 22nd. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Jake. So about 2 months ago, I learned about this, and I thought that we can tackle it, but apparently, it's a little bit much. So, I'm not paying the house loan. My mom is. So from which I kind of want to help in any way I can a little bit, at least help her pay the bills. I mean, not, I've been paying the insurance and Wi-Fi. I've been covering, and I kind of want to help her cover a little bit on the electrical bills, and also like just the bills in general. I kind of want to help her tackle it, you know. So that's why I set up that, which is kind of selfish. I get it. I know. I'm sorry, but I kind of want to help mom a little bit in any way that I can. So that is the situation. So I like, the thing is, I don't want to just set that one up there and then just be like, oh, the thing is up there, that's it, right? I want to like put it up there because I have a reason to. You know, not just putting it up there, and it's just that I kind of feel bad if I just like put it there with no like context and anything, but that's just how I feel. Like, that's just how I feel. So that's the situation. Only happy if you can, alright? But honestly, like I will always say that you guys being here is already more than enough. The Kobo is already very happy to see a bunch of people here. Very happy. Makes Kobo happy. Alright? So yeah. That's the thing. And also, I don't know if Frens versus Frens is going to be... Oh, thanks for... Don't know if my PC can handle this game. It doesn't look so... It doesn't look very intensive. Let me try. It's pre-optimized. Oh, let's go. Nice. Okay, let me become Mary. I'm a small bird. I forgot how good the music is for Hi-Fi Rush. It's so good. See, I even choose out the music that I want to listen here. I have my own, well, I make this playlist. It's like, look at it. Oh my god, look at it. It's the music that I want to listen to. Oh my god. Personalized. Watching it makes me happy too. Oh, I'm glad. Oops, yeah, oops. I didn't mean to make this one. Oops. Friend versus friend. Hi, McLeod. Friend versus friend. It's making me want to play Hi-Fi Rush again. Oh, it's a first time opening. Oh, they have EAC? I don't really trust EAC as much, to be honest. Because I played a bunch of games with EAC back then, namely Audition C. They have these easy and high cheat, and people still cheat away. You know, they can perfect step. It's like, To be honest, in my time playing friend versus friend, there's no cheaters. Good. My model is not moving. Oh, it's moving now. Why is there no sound? Did I broke the game? With no consequence. See, I saw this trailer. I was like, oh my god, it's so good. And then I got sad because it's all just Yeah, hand-drawn. It's so obviously hand-drawn, it's so good. Like, the effort they put into this game is insane. It's just, it's only PvP, it's so sad. It's only PvP. I want a PvE. Devish Nickum, I think. Uh-oh. Well, I know who to play now. I'm gonna assume different characters have different skills, question mark? Also, give me a second to do this real quick. I want to use this one. General specs, you cover the spec, which country are you playing from? Session, how many times you play first rank to fit count, which cards do you use? Yes, right, how many times okay. Friends rush can be quite violent at times. You may encounter cartoonish gore depictions such as character dismemberment, large amounts of blood. Are you okay with this, or do you want to take out of the graphic content? They're so cute though. I don't think I want to see graphic content. Take it out, please. I mean, the game is kind of loud and my PC is sort of lagging. Oh, general quality very high. Oh no. Very low. Thank you, very low. And some have more health, some have like a card specific to them. Most of the characters are really even except a bit there and there. So, well balanced game. Oh my god. Holy shit. If in a second when you get the drift of the game and you like it, hit me up. Okay. I'll keep in mind. I mean, blood is fine, I guess. Just, I don't want to see dismemberment. Internal resolution, 0. Oh, 40% is the lowest. Oh no, V-Sync is so sad though. No, V-Sync is very sad though. I feel like in a shooty bang bang game, I kinda need the V-Sync so that I can sort of, you know, I don't see the cutoff. Press F. Oh, that's how you switch character? Where's the snake? Tell me where the snake is. Oh, that's a cool frog. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, cards. Oh, I need to build my own deck. Crocodile. You have to excuse me, I don't know how to differentiate between alligator and crocodile. Oh, Baba.
Welcome to Baba's Laundromat. Come on in. Take a load off.
This game has... Huh?
I've got a job for you if you're looking.
This game has voice acting? Oh my god. Oh, look at that. Oh my god. Oh. Why is this so cool? I'm sorry, I'm just gonna look at it real quick. Man. Hey. Hey, what is this? Oh, hi. Oh my god, you have a mouse. Nice. Let me hop on real quick and see where the menu for that is. This game has a whole lot of lore outside of this game, like mini flash games and whatnot. Ooh. Hey. Hyena. Hi.
Hey, pal. Might have something you can help me with, if you can handle it. Oh, while you're here, I've got a question for you. How's the weather down there? Just razzing ya.
Oh. I like the hyena. Hyena very cool. Hyena very cool. Hi. Are you koala?
What should I have for lunch today? Do you accept the challenge?
That's a koala, right? Hey, spoons. Can I get up? Merch? Can I play this? That's it? New character, you haven't seen this one? The koala? Nerdfana? Nerdfana? I like it here. This looks like game stuff and I like it. Right? This looks like game stuff. Oh, the red is so cool though. Although, I don't know about the constant middle finger. Constant bird. Nah, it's alright. I get it. Check out the bathroom. What bathroom? Oh, this one? This is not bad. Hi.
See the
Go
screen
to foot.
sticker with a spectral trace? Oh, what an exciting phase. Starfall's fury. Cold and stark. Draped in dark. I mean, do not touch the satellite.
Now I want you don't tell a Cobalt One not to do, stupid. Now I'm gonna do it. Where's the satellite? That's so cool. Why though? Still can play this game. It runs at sub 30 FPS for whatever reason, no matter what. No, huh? Why? It's running okay for me. Why are you constantly sad? Start each one with more accuracy. Are you the sniper character? Why is Crocodile a sniper character? I cannot do sniper. Hi, Breen. She's gonna put general quality very low. I want to see Bloom though. I always love Bloom. I always love Bloom. Should be in the diner. Oh yeah, this one, right. It's so stylized. Brass hopper? I have a gun. Ain't no gun safety. Is there even gun safety room? Whoa. Whoa. Hi.
You're flush with friendo. I'm crammed with card packs. Let's make a deal.
purchase part of this process, shall we?
I have no moolah. Oh. Oh. Spike Remington.
Mike Remington's the name. Making friends is
Making
the game.
friends. Never mind, I'm not high enough level to have all the characters. Yeah, I didn't know there's like levels. Yeah, mine runs fine, surprisingly.
Clusterific Junior.
DJ Newton coming at you live.
I didn't expect that your voice, but hey.
I, Roberto Mulligan, shall be your guide. Let us begin.
Doug Anderson at your service.
A healer.
You can call me Moose.
Power legs. Start each run for double jump. Ooh.
Spike Remington's the name. Making friends is the game.
After the added red, it's this kind of yeah.
Cluster Junior here, fully equipped to automate and decimate.
It's kind of a cute rat. No, Breen. And sad snake noises.
DJ Newton coming at you live.
Alright, let me try this character. I don't know. I mean, I like Crocodile. Where am I? Oh, I know where I am. Doesn't look like there's iron sight in this game, right? Puncher. Oh, hey! How you doing? Oh my god, you reload one by one. Albatross gun. Why is there no... Oh, okay. Oh. Oh. Leica. Boomstick. Shotgun. Oh. This one? You have a sword? I'm getting. Give me your things. Give me your things. Give me your things. I'm taking it out. Oh, no. What do you mean I cannot get it out? Small head, your head shrinks. That's nice. Move faster, move slower. Big head, your head grows. What? More max health, less max health. Oh. Poison a rifle for a bit. Oh my god, the cards are so good. They're all like handcrafted, hand drawn. Come to the next card they use. Avoid next attack like a ninja. And Karatov. Info? Rivals head size plus 60%. 60%. Head size minus 40%. I mean, these are pretty self-explanatory. Left click big head. I guess I'm clicking. I'm so scared of like going to play like a real match. Hi, where are you? Oh,
Come on in to Cash's Corner, where everybody knows your cards and everything is cooked with delicious lard.
level 8? Level 8? What's this? Oh, 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, free for all. Play with bots. I can try out the game. I can play with bots. Nice. Free for all. I wanna feel how the game works. This game is fun. Friends versus friends.
Let me clear my throat. Ready to lose?
What? Are we already starting? I haven't seen the card yet, buddy. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? How do you use cards? Garbage, 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 garbage. Help out. Throw a bomb. Who's shooting me? I have a bomb. I have a landmine. I have a light car. I have a helmet. How tough is everyone? I mean, how tough am I? Where did they die? Why do you keep shooting? Who are you shooting at? Oh.
Nice one, friend.
Faster reflexes for a while. Sure. Why do I have so much garbage? What's going on? Uh-oh. Oh, this is wild. I'm just killing everyone like I'm kill stealing. I don't even know what's going on. Ninja log? Oh, I get hit. They saw the log and I can run away. I got counted. I play Counter-Strike. I play Counter-Strike. I can play a little bit of shooty bang bang game. Hey, going against bots is fun. What? What? Why is that death sound? Why is that death sound? It's the best game ever. Oh, hi, Radar. Don't know if I said that. Oh, I can get EXP by playing with bots? Oh, this is the best game ever. I love how when the bird dies, like skippity boop 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 boop. This game is a ton of fun. I bet you're funny looking at it. Yeah, it's very fun, but it's just I want a PvE. I don't want to just PvP. A PvP turns me off so much all the time. I found out what the issue is with the game. It's too fun. It's gonna dead too. Oh, that's just your character. She likes to talk smack and sing. Oh, that's my character. That's my crocodile. Where did everyone go?
Ready to clock in, sugar?
Somehow, if shadows are any quality besides off, it drops the APS to low. Oh yeah, I heard about shadows causing a lot of trouble. Bird. Look, it's Jade. Oh my god, it's Jade. So bouncy too. Other games run fine, but I have no idea why this one doesn't. It's mind-boggling. This is Remy, a friend of yours. Nice. They're an actual dove. They are very adorable. They are so bouncy and so round. How about this one? I like them. Maybe I should play bot game until I can unlock the snake character. I don't know. Is it a snake character? I don't dare to go online. I feel like people are gonna beat the shit out of me. Like, I've seen how people play games like this. They're insanely good. I don't know what level Snickum is. It's okay. Wait, where did everyone go? Hi. Duck. They've announced it some time ago. Wheat duck. I love the hyena though. Hi.
Can I get you set up with a job today or what? Oh, while you're here, I have a question for you. How's the weather down there? Just razzing ya.
I know, I'm sure. 3 minutes into a match search, GP. It found the game, it's not dead. Ooh. Okay, let me play one more bot game. One more bot game, and then I'm gonna try a 1v1? Shit, I mean 1v1 I cannot play anyone but myself, right? That sounds good. Alright, one more bot match.
Friends versus friends.
Friends versus friends. Bot to win. Hey, it's red.
Ha! Get ready for the Newtonian flow!
Hello, world.
I can't see anything. Oh. Oh, you can fall off. Oh no. Damn, chill, they're dead. Are they not dead?
Debug this.
What's going on? What? You know someone's behind there? What? What's even going on? Health up. Small head. Become ice mod protected from damage? Sure. Wall? Leica? I love how there's no recoil with this game. I guess it's kind of casual friendly. You can just aim in the general direction and spam away. Schmeck ma'am. What is that? Oh shit, that guy's a sniper. Are you here? Are you behind there? Where are you? Oh. Oh, hi. Are they just patrolling around finding me? Oh my god, how much health do you have? How much health do you have?
Can't even handle me right now.
Okay, now let's really cook.
Is this someone else's thing?
I've been dying to try this.
You've got to pay for that.
You can't touch this.
Don't interrupt me.
Flash bomb. Flash with a camera. Uh-oh. Whee! Why are you so red? Why am I so red?
Drop in the...
Hey, no.
Phew. Whoa, supersonic.
How the crocodile start with bonus accuracy, the rest start with 2 turrets. Every character has a passive. Oh. Oh, I have more accuracy. That's why I... Wait, no, that's a recoil. I was about to mention that when I shoot the gun, it doesn't bounce. Stevie girl. Stevie girl. I have a Stevie girl. I want to look at Stevie. Hi.
What you see is what you get.
Start each round with a golden boira. Oh.
Agree for a point.
Bullets deal more damage.
You can call me Moose.
Doug Anderson, at your service.
And green herb cut to your hand each round.
DJ Newton, coming at you live.
Cluster June. Bet. Smart. Bet.
Start with your beloved mini turrets each. Oh, okay.
Hello, friend. Roberto Mulligan.
Copy your rival's personality? Personality? Skill, I guess? Roleplay.
What you see is what you get.
This one doesn't look like Shiniku. This one doesn't look like Shnik. That looks like a dragon. Stevie's one of your favorite to play?
DJ Newton, coming at you live.
I'll stick with DJ Newton. Newton.
Let's go to the purchase part of this process, shall
I can buy one.
Just let me know if you need anything else.
See my packs. Oh, it's like Magic the Gathering. Oh. Add garbage to your rival's hand. Oh, that's what it is. I was like, why is there so many garbage on my hands? It's like, oh no. Double jump. Get the sniper. I don't want the sniper. Move slower. Explosion resistant. Big Mac. More bullets per mag. That's nice. This is kind of funny though. And the arts are so good though. What? Laser fence. Block their waves. Oh my god. Braid mirror. If they attack your head, they receive damage. Ooh, that's wild. Flash beam. Pyromania. Fire heals you. Oh my god, there's actual counterplay to cards. Silent steps, your feet don't make noise. That's really good. I mean, considering how noise is the huge factor in shooty bang bang games. Yeah, having silent footsteps is pretty huge.
Take your time and have a gander.
Can I use this phone? I can greet people? Hi. Hi. Somehow greeting people makes me want to vomit. Oh, there's cost and then there's 25 cards at max, okay. Leica is not bad. At least it's better than the normal gun, I feel like. Boomstick is fine. I don't want the albatross. It's like a card where I cannot make mistakes. I cannot use the card. I want this one. I can have different card backs? It would die. It would die for you. I should just change the wall to fence, no? Place a landmine. I'm gonna go sleep. Hope you have a wonderful stream and I hope you enjoy the game. Thank you. Have a good sleep, my clutch. I have no cards. Okay, now do I dare to go 1v1? Ooh, it's so scary. Okay, let's do it.
Where you headed?
Satu versus Satu. Oh, right, matchmaking. Oh. A crocodile too thick. Have you seen this man in your dreams? He saw you too. Wow, spooky. What the hell? Why are you selling hearts? Oh, I can. Oh, connected to the server. Is there someone else? Someone playing? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Wish me luck. I'm gonna try my best.
Friends versus friends.
Friends versus friends.
This DJ B. Newton, see?
Hey, wanna dance? Come out to play.
Oh shit!
Taking it.
I had no health.
Oopsie.
Oh shit! This lag.
In the beach. Out, down we go.
Well, okay then. I got skills.
Ooh.
Come back for more, huh?
Cool your jets.
Oh shit! Oh, it's the poison, I think.
You're acting like a broken record.
We can play again. They seem to know how to play this game. I didn't know you can crouch and make no noise, so that's good.
Friends versus friends.
Friends versus friends.
Tuning in.
You shuffle, I'll deal.
Oh,
Ugh, you got me.
oh shit.
Look at you.
To make a proper mix, sometimes you gotta break a few eggs.
Oh, we both died.
Right now.
Simmer down now. I'm out to play.
Yeah, they're hiding behind cover. Why am I fighting against them with no cover? Yeah, that was bad on my part.
I always get my mark.
I thought we were friends.
I thought we were friends. Sure. It seems like they know the fundamentals. Hiding behind cover. Very nice.
Friends versus friends.
Friends versus friends.
It's been a while.
Hey, wanna dance? Do it.
Oh.
Yippee-oh, yippee-yay.
Too much reverb in here.
I hope all that ammo you're wasting is reimbursable.
Ah, cool your jets.
I got skills.
On my way to number 1.
Well, okay then.
Light guy is really strong. Holy shit. Oh, they're so good.
The BPM just got filled. Marco in here.
They're so good. Yeah, I kind of like 1v1 because it's just me. You know, I'm making the mistake. I'm bad at the game, so I'm not. I know. I'm not being blamed, you know. Or like, I'm not pulling my team down, so that makes me feel better. You know, maybe that's why I don't play as much like co-op games, because I just always feel bad whenever whenever we lost, and it's just my fault. Which is also why, yeah, it's why I don't play as much co-op games. I cannot help but feel that way though. Nice. I have money. I want to buy cards.
Now, just wait a minute. Is that my best customer I see? Greetings, friend. Bye, bye, bye. Come on, you can afford another pack.
I have money. Venom Eater? Poison heals you? That's a really cute snake, by the way. Lottery ticket. A chance to win some cards. Oh, gambling. Give me more cards. Oh, plus 3%, wow. Avoid us to hit like a ninja. Bullet time. I don't get bullet time though. Like, if all of us slows down, what's the point? Oh. It will heal your wounds? Oh. I want the Venom card. I want that cute looking Shiniku. I don't see a use of this. Let's add mobile. Yeah, this one. Oh, it's a minimum. I can add how many cards I want. I just cannot over the cost. I cannot go over the cost. Oh, it's the card that they use and I don't have them. Looks good. Are you trying to proceed? No. I want to save deck. I'm gonna go 1v1 again. You know, going through the first time, the second time is not as scary anymore.
Hey, pal. Might have something you can help me with, if you can handle it. Looks like that little task is a perfect fit for you. Small fry. Whoa! I guess you weren't kidding when you said you knew what you were doing. Nice job.
I like the hyena. Oh! That was fast.
Friends versus friends.
Oh, it's the same person. I guess it's only us playing.
Stats are looking kind of weak there. How about we? Did you bring your D20?
You can't even handle me right now.
Hey, no exploits. Back to you. Neutralized.
Why do we both keep dying at the same time? Oh shit.
Successful. We chop a lot of games at the Role Players Club.
Press me like Rhino.
What was that guy that got destroyed? Maybe laser fence is not as good as I thought. I thought it would connect wherever it is, but apparently it has range. This is scary.
Get ready for the Newtonian flow.
Stats are looking kind of weak there.
I don't even see where you are.
Feel my indestructible.
Proper mix. Sometimes you gotta break a few eggs.
Wanna get some I feel my power multiplying from within.
Gonna chase people. Wait. What?
Player successfully dodges. Now it might be a good time to take a pause.
Might be a good time to take a pause.
Did you bring your D20?
Club can't even handle right now.
I think I just got lucky there.
That's all fluff.
Oh my god, I got so lucky. There's no fucking way.
It's not in my favor.
Chinese people having a fight, win string of 5, get interrupted, immediately cancel the match. Yeah, it's normal. Chinese people, and I mean, I'm speaking this as a Chinese, afraid of elves. A lot of them. I'm not surprised.
Let me clear my throat.
Do some stretches before the next round. Might help with your flexibility. Did you bring your D20?
Oh!
Hey, no exploits. Well.
Oh shit.
Liquid. That's all fluff. Did you bring your D20? Putting it all out on the battlefield.
So salty.
So salty.
Well, that took a turn.
To make a proper mix, sometimes you gotta break a few eggs.
Oh shit. I cannot aim, I cannot aim, I cannot aim. Oh, they have helmet.
Bouncing it back to you. To be continued.
Nice.
We were friends.
I thought we were friends. You can choose. I've been the Asian side of gaming for as long as I can remember myself. Said and no joke, the best plan when it comes to reaction time, and it was scientifically proven that Chinese people have less overall reaction time than other people are afraid of simply losing in the game. Yeah, I know, right? Like, take the L, it's okay. Losing is normal.
Get ready for my first strike.
Where? Where are you shooting me from? Oh.
You wanna get some kombucha and pretzels later?
Oh.
Putting it all out on the battlefield.
They heard me jumping.
Not too shabby.
This is the remix.
Feel my wrath.
Oh, they have a turret there. I didn't even see
Celebrate
it.
with another homebrew.
Good shit.
My worst collab.
Wanna play? Yeah, fair enough. I think this person is like a first to three, which is very respectable. Although, to be honest, I feel like a few years back, or like many years back, I cannot take L's too. I think it's just hard to take L's in general. Like, really hard. I get it. It's difficult to like lose and suck it up. But at some point I just realized that a game has wins and lose. So in turn I just realized that losing, maybe it's not that big of a deal. Maybe win and lose is not a big of a deal, but improvement to me is more of a big deal, you know? Like eventually I learned that it's like, yeah, losing in game is not that bad. I'm here to buy packs.
Starting to look a little shabby there, sport. Talk to Baba next door. They might have a job for you to do. Then they'll set you up with something real nice. Take your time and have a gander.
Gold pack. 550 for a gold pack? One rare card? Sure.
You might as well buy 'em all.
Thanks for card. I can understand being salty at a tournament or something, where you know. Yeah, where there's stakes. Getting salty is normal, but being harmful to other people is just... like, it doesn't benefit other people, then yeah, it's bad. Yeah. I have 2 gold packs? Give. Ooh. Ooh. Harley. Truce, let's relax. He will sends this card to your rival. Oh, that's kinda cute. Move faster, nice. Plus 1% fair. Boomstick. Arbiters. It feels like gold packs gives a lot of guns. Rubber bullets. Toxic bomb. Ooh. They deal less there. Bullets will poison your rival. Ooh, wow. Smack bam. Bouncy wall. Creates a wall that reflects all bullets. Oh, wow. You know, there's something I did. I was very happy. They shot me until I'm... oh, stream dead. I think stream died for a bit now. Okay, I think stream is back. Stream died for a bit. I forgot what I wanted to say. No, the pit. No, everything's fine. Okay, thank you. Just now the bitrate went to 0 for a split second and that scared me. I forgot what I wanted to say. All good. Did I throw away the lightning fence? Six garbage temporal copies. This could make them like... I like toxic bomb. I don't want laser fence. I want bouncy wall. It will kaboom for you. Harley? That's a fun. Oh, poison bullets and love letter. I kind of want love letter just for funsies. I don't want bullet time. I want love letter. I don't want boomstick. Ninja smoke. Vanish and retreat. Throw a ball and use a card. Whoa, that's really strong. That's good enough. 1v1 is not as scary as I thought because it's just my own fault when I lose, so I like it.
Let's get this show on the road.
But free for all though. Do I dare play free for all? I feel like if I play free for all, I come out and then I die. It's gonna be so chaotic. Our problem is, am I gonna even find anyone to play with? Skin power price. Oh! I don't know what that means. I can only see sexual. Yeah, English please, thank you. You can change the backfill cards in the deck building menu. Can I buy more? I can buy more. How much? How many do I have? Change to your favorite weapon in the deck building menu. Nice. Oh, why did I get sexual content? You're in an 18+ stream. That's why you get sexual content. CSS though. Let me go to Google Translate. Yes, this is. I don't know what that means, but it's Smeesh Heaven 7 way? How many can I buy? Hi? Unpaid toy maker. Oh, I can't buy anymore. Okay. Were you here before? Oh.
Nobody does it like Johnny B.
Oh.
This by DJ Newton.
I'm gonna try free for all. Let's try free for all. I don't even know if there's gonna be people playing the free for all mode. I mean, when I play 1v1, there's just one person playing. See, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it?
With each glitch, a new mystery unfolds. A narrative so bold. Fallen orb, fury's dawn or dusk. Its silent secrets in twilight's husk. I mean, what's the satellite hiding? A curse, shadows burn town's light. In the cabin, salvation sight. I mean, the presence in the cabin will save us.
What? I really don't understand this thing, but it's so cool.
Hey there! What kind of skills can you bring to the table? Looks like that little task is a perfect fit for you, small fry.
I got 20 headshots? I'm too good at this game.
Whoa! I guess you weren't kidding when you said you knew what you were doing. Nice job!
Take heed to all the goods the Valprice machines can offer. Do you accept the challenge?
Kill 1 enemies with fire. Win 3 games with any character. Okay. I only win 1 game. People are so good at this game.
Got a sec to help me out, hon?
Oh yeah, never ate. Oh yeah, that's you.
I'm the best money launderer in town. I have a washing machine here that I use just for friendos. Don't worry if you don't know how to use the machines. If they break, we can just get more. The broken machines make great homes for the pigeons. Anyway, let's get you working. You hung them out to dry. Definitely have more jobs for you. But for now, have this.
Use poison cards 5 times and win with Doc Anderson. Hip hopodile. Yeah, I feel like not a lot of people is playing free for all.
Let's get this show on the road.
Oh hey look, there's 2 players. Oh my god, there's 3 players now. It's a miracle. I feel like everyone's gonna be so strong in the free for all. Can't use weapon use and turret disable for 5 seconds. Everyone? Nice. I like clown cards like this. Look, there are no friends around, bummer. Goddamn it, game, you don't have to call me out like that. I'm no friends. I've been called out.
Let's get this show on the...
I assume quick play means it's gonna pair me with everything. I'll just stick with 1v1. What if it's the same What if it's the same person again? You can press T to get to the play screen, by the way. No need to run to the bus. Oh, okay, okay. Press T.
Friends versus friends.
Oh, you sniper!
And how are we all doing tonight?
No, how the fuck are we playing? I was in this for 3 minutes. It's okay, Jane. It's alright. Don't worry. It's fine. Is it Polly?
Meet my friend. Right. Someone's been hiding the goods.
Oh.
Spice on it.
Ouch.
Ooh, Jade is so strong. Oh hey Jade, look. Have the letter. Do you like my love letter? Yeah, love letter. See, this is how we form truce. This is what Frens versus Frens is supposed to be. What the fuck? What happened? How did you die? What the fuck? How did you die? What happened? Why did you take 150 damage all of a sudden? I'm out of love letter. Oh.
Thank you.
You're acting like a broken record.
I went kab. How the fuck did you went kaboom? Oh shit. Is it too much love letter that made you kaboom? Self-destruct device? Is it a card? This is the best game ever.
Friends versus friends.
Friends versus friends. I'm surprised how we can play.
Let me clear my throat.
Here we go.
What the fuck? Did I just get sniped? Oh my god, I cannot aim, I cannot aim.
Have a snack and calm down. Oh, I'm not gonna take it.
On my way to
What
number
happened?
one.
Hey, watch the face.
I don't know what's going on. Oh, I got counted. Oh! Can we still die like this? Can we still die like this? I cannot see anything. Oh my god, it hurts so much.
High caliber.
Too much reverb in here.
like how it hurts too much. I'm the sneaky beaky. Jake doesn't know where I am. Get down there! No! Ooh! Aya! No! No! I legit didn't know where you were. Hey, look, it's 1v1. Enough of the Spinosaurus.
Friends versus
I mean,
friends.
it's a strat. We both don't die.
SBJB Newton, see?
We're one big happy cartridge family.
No, 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 no. I cannot see shit.
All this.
Hey, hey! Watch the face.
That looks painful. I'm inside the smoke. Ooh.
Stomachs and knots.
Yeah, like I can be tough sometimes. I'm surprised how the game is still working. No. Good job, good job, good job. Good job, good job.
Friends, lefty.
Tough crowd. Bombs away. Bombs away. Where the fuck did you go? What? Missing every shot. Hi, Bricky. Ooh, sniper. Oh, bitrate is non-existent? Oh no. I didn't know. Ooh. Oh my god. Ow. I just need to jump around so that your sniper will miss and stick to you. Ow. Nick, step up. Look, it's Jade. That's Jade. This old Counter-Strike pool map. Oh, beat them up. The reload. Yeah, and the thing, sniper reloads so long. Hi, Astro. Hope you're doing good. Hey, who knew? Playing this game with Fwen is good. It does deal 100. Yeah, my health just like become Ribina. I got lucky because I had small. Yeah, I had small head.
Here we go.
More heads? No, no, nope, nope, nope. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. No. Basketball.
Have a snack and calm down.
Whee! Ooh! Wait a minute. You know where I am. You don't know where I am. I don't know where I am. Wait, do you actually... Can you actually not see me? Oh, exploit! Oh wait, you're floating. Yeah, you have to heal. You have to heal. Oh, it's happening again. Oh no. I love Love Letter. I animated yesterday. Oh, it looks so goofy. I love it. I find it weird. I kind of like it. The punch. I cannot aim. Oh.
Got some peanut butter for your jelly.
A small brain plays. I know, right? Aren't you from Russia, G? The game still works. Like, I don't feel any lag at all.
Friends versus friends.
Oh, you're near Japan.
We're one big happy cartridge family.
Oh, did my silent step got counted? Oh, really close to Japan. Then, yeah, we could play a lot of games together. I didn't know. Wait, can you actually shoot through this thing? Oh,
Empty. Righty.
oh, I see the strat.
Really cook.
Oh.
Is how you act on an empty stomach.
Press me like vinyl.
I see the strat. I actually didn't know you were really close to Japan. Since when? Since forever? Oh my god. Shit, I'm dumb.
It's been a while.
Let's stir it up a bit.
Whee! Oh, nearly. What happened? You were winning. You don't need to pump. I cannot see shit. Hey, look, there's a road. Oh, nice. Like Leica is hard to use. I have the dumbest smile on my face right now.
Friends versus friends.
Friends versus friends.
Let's spike this punch.
How many cards do you have? Oh my god. Hi! Where even am I?
My friends.
Oh.
Well, now we're stuck in this together.
I like poison bullet. Oh! Oh my god, I can just see you right there. What the fuck is this? Nope. It's all good, it's all good.
Remington Great
Ah. I love Polly. Hi. Oh.
all over you.
Lifted me up just to put put me down.
I love the self-destruct. We're playing a theater, right? I wanna play rooftop. It's a really good kind of 2v2, it's really trolly. I mean 1v1 is also pretty good. You know, like the situation 2-on-1 and then you can just explode to win. I mean, unless you're like, if you're really certain that you're close to the opponent, I assume it's like explodes on demand.
Ready to mosh and nosh.
Oh, wait, Jade, look, Jade, wait, Jade, wait, Jade. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my god, look at the Jade. Look at that. Why has this become? Ooh. Wait, I want to heal too. Did you throw it? Did you throw it down? Where'd you put it? Wait, where'd you put it? Ooh. Oh, hi. Oh, you. No! No!
Watch the face.
It's okay. I have a thing for you. Look at that. Oh.
Trash piece.
Oh.
Love can't even handle me right now.
Well, now we're stuck in this together.
Wee. Wee. I flashed myself. Oh my god, I lost. I missed every shot. I'm missing every shot.
Spice on it.
Too much reverb in here.
I love this card. No. Oh shit. Oh shit. No, don't explode. Oh. Oh, but tie. Oh, you want to try a 2v2? Only if you want, that is. I mean, I'm okay with 2v2 if you don't. Yeah, everyone is a winner. Okay, after this one. You might lose a lot though because I suck. I'm 2 hours in.
Clear my throat.
Let's stir it up a bit. Someone's been hiding the goods.
Oh my god, I got so many garbage. It's the lottery ticket's fault. Help! Too many garbage. I know this thing. Fire! Whoa.
I always land on my feet.
Look, baby, I've just got Bill Marco in here.
Can I add friend like this? Couldn't modify friendship status? Sorry, we cannot be friends, Jade. The game says they cannot modify the status of us not being friends. Painkiller don't mix the C4. I need more cards. It's too much, can't go higher. I have exactly one friend. Ooh, I got new bird. Wait, Jade, I have new bird. Oh, it's this thing. Let me open stuff real quick. Oh. Who is this?
Take your time and have a gander.
Oh, there we go.
Thanks for the friendos, friendo. Sincere thanks, amigo. You're my...
Oh, I have so many cards. Let me open my packs real quick. Oh, 004. Oh, hey, look. Self-destruct device. 404 clear vision. Golden boiler. Predator vision. You can see your rivals through walls. Oh wow, that's really good. Wait, that's just wall hack. That's legalized wall hack. Ignore the pain for a while. Place a bad chart that stops your rival. Double jump. Increase your damage but receive more damage too. Oh. Big Mac. Nice. Why do you think I have Predator Vision and Phantom Bullets in the same deck? One makes a bullet go through walls, the other lets you see through them. Oh, that's a good combo. Oh. Nice. Throws a sticky bomb. Can I even throw the sticky bomb? Is it not just gonna stick on me? I want a golden boiler. Yeah, golden boiler. Let me look at the cards real quick. Let's see what can't be seen. It doesn't cost anything to equip this. Okay. Okay. Oh, you know what? Because we're playing 2v2, I'm not gonna put love letter in here. No love letter. Hi, the meme overlord. Welcome. It's a little bit laggy because my PC can hardly handle this game. But hi, hope you're doing good. Your health can still be reduced. Oh. I just like the sneak. Oh, it's Brian. Hi, Brian. Welcome. Welcome, Brian. Ooh, I like Bear Trap. And I like Sticky Bomb. I'm bringing Parley just to... I'm bringing Parley just to throw. I think I met you after you raided someone a couple days ago, I'm not sure. I think it was me raiding Dazi. And then I saw you followed afterwards. Which I appreciate, thank you. Oh, I don't want this. I want to put self-destruct device so bad, but at the same time I don't want to. Wait. Thanks. It's just calcium, it's fine. I'll play with this deck. I'm ready. Thanks for the books and pets. I need to find. Oh. How do I invite? C. No. Right click? I don't know how to invite people. I'm genuinely very strongly considering pushing this just to play with you. I mean, if you want, sure. There's a 3v3. But just know that I'm very bad at this. I'm not good with shooty bang bang games. Jade, help, how do I... Jade. Oh. I'm inviting Jade. Yes, I wanna. Ooh. Yeah. Can I see you here? Oh yeah, we need... we need to add friends on here. Oh hi, it's Jade. Oh. Oh, I can invite Steam friend like that. Oh, you guys cannot see it. I have game capture on. Oh, we try 2v2 first and then we play 3v3 after with Brian? Is that okay? We play 1 2v2 and see if we can find anyone. And then we try 3v3 together.
Up aboard.
You just bought it? Oh! Wow! Okay. Nice. I also just started playing. I actually bought it when it was on discount a few weeks ago. And then I only decided to try it today. kind of sad how I cannot see Jade here.
Hi, pal. Might have something you can help me with, if you can handle it.
My favorite character.
This might
Favorite.
be a good one for you, if you can keep up.
What should I have? Meet back up here after you complete your quest to receive your bounty. You did it! Now, all you need to do is solve this riddle. Just kidding. Here's your prize.
A friend showed me this a few weeks ago and I wanted it since. Actually, I think it was Ixon. Oh, Ixon plays this game? I actually didn't know. Let's hope we can find someone, Jade. Here's hoping.
The pigeons know everything. I like the cut of your jib. Can I interest you in a job? Hooray! You did it! Here you go.
I want hip hop dial. Oh, we found someone. Jade, help! We found someone. My install so it goes more quickly. Take your time, Brian. It's okay.
Versus friends.
Florence.
Tuning in.
Why do the jukeboxes dance? Tell me.
Oh no! I'm too out there.
Is a sensory glitch.
Can't spare me. It's okay.
What function is that?
I trust in Jade.
Next time, please wear the funeral skin.
Ugh.
Proper mix. Sometimes you gotta break a few eggs.
Binary bump.
What happened? I lost all my health. Oh,
Watch and learn, kid.
man, 2v2 is tough. Oh, 2v2 is tough. Oh my god.
One step closer to taking over the world.
Lifting me up just a
Oh my god, they just cut away. I just got cut to death. That wolf is that wolf is pro as fuck. Emerald rank? I love how balanced this game is. Oh, are they like super high rank? I mean, I assume so because Emerald is like shiny.
Friends versus friends.
At least 100. Oh, yeah, that's very. Okay.
Get ready for the Newtonian flow.
Let's stir it up a bit.
Oh my god. I stood no chance. Hi, Prophet. I don't know what be new means. I'm gonna assume it's in good faith. Oh my god, Jade, holy shit. Oh god.
Thanks for dying. Do it again.
Be new equals I am new. Oh, okay, okay. Ooh. Drive by Nompton. I forgot this channel was not German. Yeah, I don't know German. I'm sorry. Well, at least I know Malay. I feel like I got one shot most of the time.
Your victory will spill the beans or I'll spill your brains.
The fuck? The fuck is going on? I feel like this is too unbalanced. One more time, I guess. This is called complete and utter destruction. Looks about right. Hi, Solar. I don't numb the couple though. No, I don't want to get numb.
Frens versus Frens.
It's been a while.
Here we go.
Where'd you come from?
Your fake world, my
Did you just
fake
bomb
world.
them?
It's in the interrogation.
I forgot that's not Jade.
You can't touch this.
Someone's been hiding the goods.
Zero damage?
And this guy.
Oh Jesus.
Sorry.
To make a proper mix, sometimes you gotta break a few heads.
Oh Jesus. Probably good to know. Small and tasty. Oh hey, look, it's love letter.
Watch and learn, kid.
Like these boots walk all over you.
Yeah, they have a lot of HP. This is too unbalanced. Yeah. I saw it's like, what? Hi, Chashu. Kobolds are small, but they're not tasty. That's 100% true. Being new equals am new. I am new. I am new would be ich bin new. It's okay. I can buy packs again. I think. Can I buy packs? Maybe I could buy like a basic pack. Give me cards.
So glad to see you, friend. Lots of good stuff there.
Why can I buy this? I can buy 2 of these.
See anything else you like? How about one more?
I have more cards now. Your explosions do more damage? Can you add this and then plus self-destruct device? They can use the card for... Oh! That's a lot of golden border. Oh, golden border. Barb cards. Using them would be painful. Oh! It's the same. Oh, when they say resistant, it's really resistant. Better. I don't think I want to change my cards for them. In the deck building menu. Keychain? Isn't this the deck building menu?
A little bit of raver flavor.
Brass Hopper? Isn't Brass Hopper a submachine gun? Question mark?
DJ Newton coming at you live.
I just want to be a crocodile. Crocodile. Who? What? Where? Oh, okay. I see you're done downloading. Let me try to invite you. I'm still not too sure how this game works though, so... I'm relying on Jade to help us win. Caw. Jade, I like Quake. Okay, let's do 3v3. Just so you know, my experience with this game is 0. I have 2%, I think. I got destroyed like crazy just now. But I like classic FPS games, so hopefully some experience transfers over. Yeah, I play a little bit of Left 4 Dead and Counter-Strike. But I still cannot aim, so... It's tough. It's really hard. This game difficult. I cannot aim. I'm just like, have gun, will shoot, but I cannot aim. I want to look at the TV again.
With each glitch, a new mystery unfolds. Fallen orb, fury's dawn or dusk. Its silent secrets in twilight's husk. I mean,
Win 2v2 games. Play 5 games for Roberto Mulligan? Oh, the frog!
See the screens flicker with a spectral trace. Oh, what an exciting pace. Starfall's fury, cold and stark, draped in dark. I mean, do not touch the satellite.
I don't know what this is still. Also, there's this thing. Is it cobble? What am I looking at? That kind of looks like a cobalt, no? Yeah, see? That looks like a cobalt of some sort. I like dancing peaches. Oh, these things? You mean the bird? Oh wait, this is Jade. This is Brian. This is Remy. we're three bird friends here. Players in room 3/6. There's no one. Oh no. Oh, the wolf is instead of a snake? Oh, so there's no snake. I'll proceed to cry now. It's naked. God damn it. Oh my god, we found someone. I can't believe it. Time to die.
Friends versus friends.
Oh my god. Look at them. We're gonna die so hard. Oh my god. Jade downgraded pigeon. Noted. I know, right? I can use cards. They're just using knives. Oh, they're bringing out the guns now. They're bringing out the guns now.
So salty.
One damage. I wonder why. What? I think they're just flying though.
That's just getting a little repetitive.
I really don't know what's going on. I guess it's fun to let us win 2 rounds and then volley us the rest. Someone's practicing? No. How is this practicing when the other team is like 200 levels above us or something? We fixed matchmaking. I don't trust it.
Frens versus Frens.
Let's go.
Roll out.
Yeah, facing turn level above because you're that good. I wish I can say that. Jesus fucking Christ. I flashed myself.
I thought we were friends.
Yeah, I don't understand too. I guess we can try one more. It's a bit of a problem when they do 10,000 damage and we shot them for 1 damage. I don't understand. Katana has a deflect. Oh, so we shot them, we die, and they cut us, we die. That's a bit of a problem. When crab? I don't know. I really don't want to play crab champions these days.
Frens versus Frens.
I'm ready to rumble.
Get your motor running.
They didn't touch us, and I think we died from cards.
Joking on the fumes.
We died from cards alone. I didn't even see them.
No hands.
I thought we were friends.
I mean, I guess we can try to find the others. I don't think I'm learning anything playing against them. Although to be fair, I guess we paired against them because it's the player base might be a little bit low, I guess, on the lower side. I know less about this game than before. Katana kill in 2 hits and then they have the deflect and we cannot shoot them. There's no player base after a while, you just search for any people. This game is levels, looks like it. I have a card that I can open. Oh wait, I should. Let me pair again. Were they like way above us or something? They look like they're way above us, yeah. Here, let me pair again. Guaranteed 3 epic cards. Ooh. I got 4 instead. Hide your heart, you won't be hurt, but you slowly lose health. What? Become a giant. Extra cards, draw cards from your deck. Oh. Better vision, invisible health. Very interesting cards. There's a level? Yes. Like an RPG? Yes. A buff or something? Yes. That explains a lot, I think. Guard to 2.5 meters depending on available space. More damage dealt, less damage received, less. I can become a Titan. Become bulletproof and slower for a bit. Oh, that was their card. Expose your rival's brain for a bit. Is that why I got one shot? They're invisible until your next attack. And that's the worst we know it. Yeah, the cards they have is just insane. With no bullets, they can't hurt you. So if you had like 1,000,000 cards at the start, I think at the start we only have like 25 cards when I first started this game. Do they only refresh at the beginning of a match or something? The cards that you draw, to my knowledge, is that it depends on how you build your deck here. And they will randomly draw... The first round will draw 4, and then the rest of the round draw 3 per round, I think. I was expecting like 5 cards in my hand or something. I was holding a whole ass deck. Oh, I think they have like a garbage day where they will give you a bunch, and I mean a bunch of garbage garbage cards. If you see like a garbage card, just use them quickly. Oh, it's 5323. Okay. The cards do transfer over from round to round. No, I actually didn't know that. They were terrible to play the very first match ever against, right? Like even I played for 2.5 hours, I don't even know what they're doing. All I know is that they have a bunch of OP shit against us where we just started. Wait till you meet people that stand behind the wall with the heal bot. That sounds like me. I just did that against you. I have this mobile, I think? Yeah, Dr. Mobile that heals. One HP per second. Oh, it's not even that good. Like there are no friends around, bum. They place a heal ball behind a non-shootable wall equipped with a shotgun. Oh, you can't do anything. If you rush them, you die. Well, that sounds very balanced. Let's pair again.
It's about time we head out.
Yeah, gross. Oh yeah, I can just press T. What? You do damage with pot shots, they will just heal. Yeah. I mean, considering we only have we only have pistols. Oh hey, it's them again. I guess it's only them playing.
Let's go!
Yeah, there's no chance. There's actually no chance against them. It's like a skill. Oh, sorry, that's Jade. Why do you like them, Jade?
Hang on, go! Pizza leg, go!
They took my shotgun. Yeah, they disarmed somehow. I was like, what?
Functioning at full throttle.
Trash beats.
It's kind of not fun to deal against them when... And then we just die from the start.
To ride off into the sunset.
The BPM just got real Margo in here.
I don't know. Oh, hi, Ryuki. Trisebo Santana team. I just started this game, and Brian also just started this game. And then we both just started this game, and all we met is like really strong as fuck players. Well, I don't know how that. I don't know how else. I love being matched to a level 250 plus group. No reason I mostly play actual friends. Matchmaking hard. I'm not too sure what to do. Like,
Well, hello there. What? Take your time and have a gander. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm just gonna buy cards. It's getting called Friends versus Friends, I guess. Yeah, true. Plan to play with me, no, but I fell asleep. Oh. But Tree Saber's extremely toxic. Milo play with Trap and another friend. I don't even know like what is toxic, but yeah, that seems toxic. Just by about 3 hours of me playing, I can already like feel the toxicity. We try one more time. If we mesh with the same team again, then I'm not too sure what to do. Look, okay, so if we got meshed with the same person again, I guess the 3 of us could do free for all. Mostly the same thing because it depends on who's online. Yeah, that's the thing. If Asia ain't much. Asia is the best is the best server currently. What if I go to the other? There will be a better option than just getting rocked in seconds over and over again. I mean, I don't equip a weapon that disappeared like, yeah. Australia second best. But if Brian's too far, I feel like Japan would be like the. See, I feel like Japan would be like the middle ground, no? I think at least it's like a little bit closer to Brian, since Brian is from US? Question mark? Disarm? That's a card. Shit. Let's try Japan. And 3v3. I mean, Japan is probably gonna be very. Nah, we'll see. Better than trying to fight the three tigers with fucking katana. That just destroys us in seconds, and we have no counterplay to that.
Got a sec to help me out, huh?
Extract your heart and leave it on the ground. Your bulletproof balloons flash per second. If your rival shoots your heart, you die. We can all play free for all with the others next time, because this game is fun as a party game. Yeah, like just now I was 1v1 against Jade, when there's not much of a power play in between. I think the game is very fun. Because what happened was the other team is way too strong, we have no game experience, and we just die to unknown stuff. That feels pretty terrible, I would say. I'm looking at so many. Yeah, I have a lot of frozen guns as well just now. Oh, there it is, this arm. And a frozen gun and empty mag. Where's the arrival for a bit? Rivals health bar hidden in UI for 40 seconds. I mean, that's not gonna help as much. The times I play in pubs, even though sweaty and intense, still fun because they don't pull shit like what happened earlier. Yeah, I mean, I did play 1v1 just now, and even though I lose everything, but it's kind of fun because we're both like shooting at each other. And I'm not getting destroyed by cards. I can't imagine being maxed out with max cards, seeing level 1 and 3 players being like, yeah, I'm gonna send everything I have at that. Oh, we found someone. Alright, let's hope. Oh, it's 3 points for them. This is... I thought we were in Japan! It's them again. I thought we're in Japan. I guess we can go free for all after. It's okay. Yeah, I feel like Brian must be very laggy. I'm sorry.
All that ammo you're wasting is reimbursable.
Trash beats.
In the dust, victory is a must.
Yeah, let's play some free for all. How about that? Eco ELO. Yeah, I guess trying hard against them is just not worth it. So if I press free for all, are we just gonna play like 1v1v1?
Hop aboard.
Think about pure divas on this next. Yeah, we cannot do anything. Oh, private match. And then we can do a free for all. And then we can set. Is there like a random map that we can play? Why did it say join or create? It's randomized later? Okay. On the rematch screen. Okay. So let me try to make this. I wanted to create though. Oh. Eat bird. And then we just start, right? That means you join, right? I don't know. I see them both there already. Yeah, I'm sorry, Brian, as well. That's the one I expected. I don't to join figures if you want. Hey, sure, we can play. Yeah, is this Jake? Why do I have so much garbage? I have so many garbage. Get him, Brian, get him! Jay's at low health. Oh! Brian wins. Counter. Oh. Nuh-uh. Oh, we take those.
In a bit, would ya?
I have a bomb. I have a bear trap. Oh! Oh my god, I couldn't see. No! Can you invite me whenever after this one? Okay. Oh, Jade's OP. We need to gang Jade.
I see.
Trash beats.
Oh no. Where's that cat? Where's that cat? Oh! Oh, Brian has a Leica.
Here's a tasty treat for you.
Not
Oh.
gonna happen, Captain.
To make a proper mix, sometimes you gotta break a few eggs.
Make beam.
Round we go.
What? I didn't do anything. Let's go, Parsley. Nuh-uh, don't shoot. Don't shoot. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh! Whoa, Jade OP.
I thought we were friends.
Yeah, let's go back for a bit. Now we have 4 people. The free fall is like 4 people. Four people, right? Yeah, this is a better gaming experience. Hi, Tikaka. Yeah, that was fun. Hello, Tikaka. Unsure if FA can reach more than 4. Okay, private match. Free for all. And then... Oh wait, I need to invite you here first, I think. There. Hope you're doing kitty kaka. I'm still ready to refund this. Yeah, that was so fucking rough. Yeah, what Jade mentioned. I would refund too if I was going through that shit. Thank you, Tikaka. Is that all? Why is there 2 people in the... Is that normal? Oh wait, 4 names. Okay, I think that's normal. I think. Oh, visual bug, okay. Have a good luck, Tikaka.
Friends versus friends.
Friends versus friends.
Ha! Get ready for the Newtonian flow.
Let me show you how it's done.
Bombs away. Ooh, that's a nice.
Ride the wave!
Whoa, Brian. Brian OP. Oh.
I've been watching Cash's Corner, I see.
We take those. Oh. Yikes, you cannot see. Oh my god, Jay, that's so mean. Oh.
On to the next one.
Oh my god. Oh, that's so painful. The sniper. Whoa. The sniper. I can use sniper, I feel too stressful using it. Oh my god. Get landmine. Wait, where's Ryuki? Oh! Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. I cannot move. Oh, that's landmine. What? What? What happened? I thought I got bombed. No. I don't know. Oh, laser barrier? I didn't even see that. I was like, oh, I got bombed. I thought I can just like run at the side and not get bombed. I still got bombed. And then I saw Brian's like flying around and so I was like, oh no.
It's been a while.
We're one big happy cartridge family.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, it's me and Brian now? I poison bullet. Oh, I cannot aim. Okay.
Oh, no, we're on a fantastic voyage.
I cannot aim. That's not very important. Oh, yes. I have full health. I got this. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! There's a bomb. Oh my god, Ryuki! No. Be nice. Be nice. Be nice. Come here. Is there a shotgun? Oh! I had no health. Oh! So many turrets. Whoa! I mean, the turrets are like the starting cards. Flash. No, no. Ooh. All the turrets. Ooh. Oh, what a shot! Oh my god, what a shot! Right at the head. Yeah, Brian, this is so scary with the Leica. It's so good. I cannot aim. I don't know. I don't know what I'm good with. I'm good with bombs. I like explosions. Friends versus friends.
It's been a while.
Ready to set sail.
Hey, who? My weakness is reloading. Isn't that everyone's weakness? And double shotgun? Oh my god.
Another one for ya.
Round and round we go. Cool your jets.
And now feature reloading? Fair. Who? who's left? Am I the only one who's like running around with footsteps? God, it's so quiet. It's so quiet.
Might as well do one more.
I definitely wasn't scared. See, I think I can duck here and no one can see me, question mark? I am silent. I have no sound. I have the silent footstep. Whoa! Why do I have 2 guns? What the fuck? I have 2 guns. Whoa! Whoa! Oh. The double guns.
So salty.
I got skills.
I'm coming. Oh my god, I can't shoot for shit. Akimbo, who would be proud? Who's Akimbo? Oh wait, no, Akimbo is the double gun, right? Guns, Akimbo. And present card gives everyone a fun surprise. I want a double gun.
Friends versus friends.
Friends versus friends. John Woo, the director who uses gun akimbo very frequently in his movies. I have too many. Oh my god. Garbage. Whee. No. Anger Juroic. Hi. Cute combo do black. I mean, I'm doing black for self-defense. Because no one would bully a combo that's blapping, right? But hey, hope you're doing good.
Nice try.
Trash beats.
Trash beats. Oh. I saw Jade looking at the bear trap for a split second. It's like, oh no. I can feel the disdain when you're looking at the bear trap. And Dirk, we're probably gonna do bully anyway. Dirk's a mean like that. It's okay. You know what? Dirk bullying a kobold? It's fine. And Dirk bullying kobold is definitely normal. I don't want. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Let me look at this tiger in chains. Oh shit. Was I getting shot? Oh! This is the remix. Oh, no, garbage. Garbage. Oh! Oh, the double shotgun. Oh, that's how big the bomb is. Two shotguns is evil. Oh, is two shotguns not like permanent throughout this round? Oh.
Reverb in here.
Too much reverb. Nuh-uh. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Yay! Oh god. Ooh, sniper. Who do you think it was? So we're not playing against a sweaty Trey? Yeah. Right? This is way better. See, this game is a little bit of like a Gunfire Reborn kind of feel. Like you shoot, the gun just like slightly goes up. It doesn't bounce like Counter-Strike does. Schmick, ma'am. Yeah, I don't know where I am. I'm somewhere. Why do I see self-destruct?
Oh, hit me where Oh, now you're taking things seriously.
I'm camping, let's go. I only know how to camp. Whoa. I don't know how to use this gun. Flash. Oh god. Oh my god. Ooh, what? Where? I don't even know where I got shot. Hmm? at this jumping sniper. Never seen before. Oh! Oh! Holy shit!
Playtime's over.
Bam! Oh! Oh. Oh my god, this is all out. Oh, Ryuki has full health. Every steel blitz has a one-shot headshot. I'm Siege. What's the delay register? Because we're playing on Japan server. I'm an hour away from Japan. Maybe it's a double headshot. Oh, Ryuki has the silent step. Ooh. Ooh. That was close. That was a close match. A theater is so confusing. Let's try it. I want to friend request. Oh, I didn't even see what showed up. I should have gotten love letter. Shit.
Here to wow, not to bow, groovy cow.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh. Oh. Big hit. Will I get squished? What? Will I get squished if I stay here? Oh my god! Okay, I will get squished if I stay there. Okay. Duly noted, don't get squished. Uh-oh, Jade's lagging.
Ding, ding, ding.
Round and round we go. Too much reverb in here.
Yeah. Okay. No. Oh. Oh no. With a lead singer. Jade lagging. I think I saw Jade lagging for a little bit just now. But not always. It only happens like Rarely. Get him, Brian, get him! Get him! It's a bird versus bird award out there. Hey Jay, you wanna get squished? Careful, don't get squished. Don't get squished, Jade. I know how that feels, it hurts. It kinda just depletes my whole health. I actually don't know where are you both? Oh my god! Oh, what a standoff! Nice. Oh, Yikey Beaky, wait a minute. You know, I can do this. Hell yeah, man. Get the lead singer! Nuh-uh. No! Oh, just one shot left. Whoa. Hey Jade. Hey Jade. Nuh-uh! You die! I'm gonna get you! I'm gonna get you! I love how there's like a prejudice against Jade. Like, oh no! Oh, did someone got squished? Oh shit. Oh my god, it's Jade again. No, not this time. Ah! I got bombed. Oh, it didn't lag. Oh, thanks for boop. I like boop. It's alright, Jade. You gotta win this so that we can play one more round. I believe in you, Jade. It's not that I wanted to it's not that I keep shooting you.
Ooh, maybe. Don't do that again.
Ooh, gas station. Maybe Jade also is scared. I get it. I get scared a lot when I play games like this as well. I don't get the faster reflexes for a while.
Frens versus friends. Let's go. Ready or not?
Oh, fire pain!
Nice equipment.
Sorry, I saw I saw Ryuki froze there for a second, and I didn't want to shoot when someone's not moving. I figured that's a little bit cheaty. Fire ban!
Righty. And this guy.
I hear the reloading noise. I saw you, Jade. Get down there. No, I had no health.
To make a proper mix, sometimes you gotta break a few eggs.
Oh, speed for a limited time. Okay. Bam. Oh, yaki biki. Oh god, Brian is a Leica. I saw you. Eh? Where you hiding? I saw you. Whoa! No! No, don't shoot. No, don't shoot.
Here's a tasty treat for ya.
Okay, hide in here. Whoa, oh my god, Brian. Oh! Oh my god, Brian with a Leica. Oh, thank you, Bear Trap.
Go kick rocks.
Go kick rocks. The Bear Trap. No. I'm the sneaky bold. You don't know where I am. Oh shit.
This for an apprentice.
Too much reverb in here.
Oh my god, the amount of garbage I have here. Holy shit. Nuh-uh. Get back. Stand the fire. I'm eating poultry tonight. Wait, did that thing... Did that car washing just kill?
You're gonna pay for that.
What did you this?
treat like Commander in MTG model of a churn.
My cousin will see you later. I'll see you in a while.
Waste of my time.
I like this. I love Bear Trap. Tabletop? I like the Bear Trap. And I like explosions. Maybe I should bring all the explosion cards possible.
Friends versus friends.
Friends versus friends.
Press play.
And how are we all doing tonight?
Oh, sniper. Oh, sniper. Maybe I could try sniper. A kobold in a natural habitat? A lot of shinies and they are mine. Everything is so big too. This is just us being a kobold. On some nerd's table. Yeah, sounds about right. Ooh. Wow. Oh hey, look. It's my favorite card. Can you shoot me like this? No, I was a kid, shoot me like this. Ooh. Oh. Hi. Oh no.
Too much reverb in here.
Remington Gray's still. Ah, my stomach's in knots.
Ooh. Oh nearly. Oh nearly. Oh my god. Not the boomstick. No, Kobold's afraid of shotgun.
Cool your jets.
Bam.
Drop feet.
Ow, 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 ow.
Yes, yes.
I have 1 health. I have 1 health. Check this out. Oh shit! Oh god, oh god. Oh shit! I didn't see when I'm scared. I'm not looking at the floor. Kobolds in her natural habitat. Schmook. I'm the sneaky one. No, I gotta win against you this time. I'll take it.
Go kick rocks.
I'll go kick rock of victory. No.
Remington Gray.
The bouncy walls. I was like, oh hey shit, there's 2 bouncy walls.
A load of this.
Is there a difference between normal pistol and golden pistol? Oh. Oh, that's bad. And golden has 1 damage more than the regular boiler. Oh, I mean 1 damage is 1 damage. Oh, the bomb! Oh my god, the bomb! That was huge! The bomb! The players! All the players! This magpie is too smart. Like Kobo is trying to sneak, but Kobo cannot shoot. Kobo doesn't know how to shoot. And Kobo will find more bombs. I'm a grackle. Friends. Duck.
Best of luck, Buttercup.
Oh my god. What just happened? Oh, self-destruct, okay. Will the train kill me? I don't want the train killing me. Funny. God, that makes me hungry. I'm sorry, I don't know the map. I'm trying to find... Boom! I'm in my natural habitat. Smoke! My natural habitat. I almost got bombed.
Too much reverb in here.
Too much reverb. Hi. Ah! It's a scary world out there for a kobold. Oh. God, I'm so hungry. Franco hit the log so hard. A headshot in the brain and bombed. Yo, that's a nice looking ramen. And gyoza. I mean, for low poly and pixel art, this is so good. I might have doxed Ryuki's location in game. That's not dox, right? I've snitched. But worry not, this kobold is not a snitch. Bye bye. I actually didn't see Brian there. I actually didn't see Brian. Oh! I was sniping Jade! Oh. Oh, is it a red spot? What the fuck is this? My PC is suddenly dying.
Round and round we go. Whoa.
It's a scary world out there. What is these? Flash. Oh! Nope. No. Oh! I don't know how I didn't see the big ass head dog. You know what? Don't question it. It's fine. Ooh. Get a win streak of 5 matches. I didn't get a win streak of 5 matches, but thank you, game. I have a 5 win streak now. This is the best game ever. I don't even need to win to get 5 win streak. I got an achievement. It says I got a 5 win streak. Of course I'll take it. Big ass headed duck. It's so nice. This is so much better. I'm gonna yawn a lot though because I didn't drink coffee for like 2 days. I like flanking and hiding.
Welcome to the big leagues.
I saw you. Immediately shoot. I love how, like, with round start, Jade health just like went down. Oh, I didn't know that's a hiding spot. You can hide inside a safe. A bird inside a gun safe, that's the cutest thing. Yeah. Whee! Oh more, fire! Yo, let me jump down. What the fuck? Oh!
Keep on brave, Lefty. No, I'm not gonna take it.
You know where I am? Oh! Or Nedley! Oh wait, that's Jade. I keep looking at Jade, it's like, no, why are you in the middle of the air? Oh, let me jump down.
Not cool at all.
Uh-oh, hi. How you doing? I'm healing. Oh. Jade. That's what you get. Oh no. I love this game. Too much reverb. You know what? No, no. I need my safe spot. No, no, no. I knew you were trying to explode me. Ah. Oh, you can actually see it. It's not actually a hiding spot, but I can see it. Oh my god, loaded with money. Oh my god. Oh, Brian is so rich. Brian is so rich. Oh, whoa, whoa. We need to get a room for this. Bird so shiny. I couldn't handle.
Not gonna happen, Captain.
Bird jumped in shiny. It's my shiny now. No one steal. It's my shiny now. Oh! Sniper, sniper, sniper. Oh my god, I'm the best gamer. I got the power of shiny. I like the explosion gun though. I'm the gamer. FVF pool day. Maybe I can do this like free for all. Exploring gun is good where you don't shoot yourself. What? Shooting myself is part of the fun with explosion gun. Yeah.
Ready to work.
Why am I in the middle of a pool? Oh, Yaki Piki, what this? What's going on? Why is there -0 constantly? It tells me that I keep hitting Jade. I can constantly know where Jade is. Is it like a bug? Oh, Jade. Are you both behind me all the time? No, bully. No, hi, Mer. Oh, it's a fire bug. Okay. Because I'm Gator, I like that explanation a little bit. Hi. Okay, truce. We kill them first. We kill them first. Let me be in my natural habitat. Hi, Mer. Hope you're doing good. Oh, that's a clip? Give me a second. You don't know where I am. I am the sneaky peeky. I'm okay. Oh, what is that? Oh, fuck. Hi. No, no. I have a med kit. I got covered. Oh. My med kit got countered. Yeah, it's a good luck charm kobold. No, Brian. I'm in my natural habitat. Doing rotastic? Nice. It's okay, now that I'm so sorry. Now that Merp is here, a kobold power has doubled. My each gunshot will deal. Each gunshot will start to deal 26 damage instead of 13. Starting to talk now. Are we gonna call it after this? Okay. It's fair. I think it's very late over there as well. Where shotgun? I didn't bring it. Oh, 3 health. Bam. Nope. Don't shoot. Don't shoot me. I'm running away. Oh, sniper. Look at this. Oops, sorry. Who? What? When? No. It's a warning shot. Hmm? I'm the sneakiest bald. Hi. Oh no 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 no. Not the boomstick.
Remington grade steel.
Oh. Oh man. I ate all USA supply of C4. It was tasty. Very yippy. I I agree. A whole C4. It looks tasty and I like it too. That's a lot of experience points. Nice game, GG. That was nice. Thanks for playing. See, that's a good game, right? I finished all my quests for the day. Nice. Right. I think I finished all my quests as well.
Ready to clock in, sugar?
Oh, I didn't. With Moose Salto. With Donny B. Kill an enemy with bullet time active 3 times. With bullet time. Kill an enemy with bullet time active 3 times. Wait, I have 2 of the same quests. That was so fun, right? I think I can do this again next time. Or like in the future. In the very near future. I mean, the game is not very expensive, and I don't know how much ping you're experiencing, Ryan. Like, but it looks fine. They're adding a fan art building. Oh, that was fantastic fun. Yeah, at first it was like, ugh. You know, with the 3v3, don't go rank, don't go like matchmaking with some random people. I learned my lesson.
Sincere thanks, amigo. You're my best customer. I mean that. Del fondo de mi corazón. How about one more? What do you say? Come on, you can afford another pack.
I cannot. I'm lacking 1 money. Thanks for the card. You can submit it via email to a fan art. Add it to the fan art museum. Oh, and they will add it to the fan art museum. Rako is a really nice hyena girl, which is playable. Same. Oh yeah, a context. Let me go find Rako. Oh my god, eat her!
Hi, pal. Might have something you can help me with, if you can handle it.
The best hyena.
Oh, while you're here, I've got a question for you. How's the weather down there? Just razzing ya.
I like her. I like her. Also, I love how my model is slowly not. The longer I play this game, the more laggy my model gets. Okay. It plays fine to you? Nice, good to know. Oh! Is that a cobble? Pass it around or it will explode on your head. Can I say I like cards like this? These are my kind of card. Nice. Get the 82 and the Leica. What? Didn't you say guarantee 1 epic card? Albatross. Hit damage block, invisibility and movement speed plus 50% for 2.5 seconds. Can't use your weapon while invisible. 7? 8? This is so simple. This is so mean. I mean, it's not mean, it's just like This card is the epitome of mildly infuriating. Like, it's nothing that makes you go, grrr, I want to punch something. It's something like, ah, shit. Oh god, there's so many garbage in my deck. Oh no. You know that feeling? Mildly infuriating. I played day one, it was grindy as fuck. Like too much even for the cosmetics. This goes well if all cards are bombs. Oh. 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 It would die for you. Needs more shotgun? Yeah. Needs more shotgun. Hello. Their PC's dying. IAA Twitch. Hey. Thanks for the follow. This game is a lot more tiring than I thought. I wasn't feeling it, but now I'm feeling super, like, tuckered out. Want to watch some food crimes? Let me check the time. It's 4:40. I think we can watch some food crimes. Relax a little bit. Yeah, that sounds good. PvP games, they were the chill, is a bit tiring. Yeah, like, I know it's like chill time, but also I'm also trying hard, you know? Because I'm really bad at this kind of game, I have to try hard. Bubble? Oh, we know you're a raccoon. Little Loss.
A little light from Little Lars is here to brighten your day.
That's my character though. Oh wait, I found my character. Yeah, god damn it, why are you not Shineku? Or Crocodile?
DJ Newton, coming at you live.
A little light from Little Lars is here to brighten your day.
Oh. Nice. I guess this is my character. Am I? I think I'm him. Oh. The crocodile is so cool. I like the crocodile character. Oh yeah, also I forgot about the clip. Alright, let's play until here for now. It is quite taxing playing this game. It's really fun though. I don't even want to, like, if at most I'm gonna do 1v1, like the matchmaking, but if it's like playing 2v2, 3v3, it's best to just play with friends. It's friends versus friends. It'll be way better to just play with friends. Like team games? Nah. Can't unlock the funny character solo, crying. Eh? Which character? I mean, I have the bomb character. Next time I know who to play. Okay, let's relax and play. Watch some food crime. We have a whole playlist. FK Dingo. Food crime? Or is it food? Yeah. Let me change the category and the title. It do be food crime time. Here, let me get the playlist on. Oh, that's a cute emo. Is that a couple? It's a heckin' couple? Oh, let me check my playlist real quick. I think I saved it. Yeah, I found it. A few full playlist. This one. I just tried, it wouldn't let me start the match. Last time we watched until Oh my god, we watched everything. Tokyo Disneyland food? How puff rice candies made? This one I think is just like one. Let's watch this one. Singapore street food? I mean, Singapore should be fine. Oh wait, Merp, you shared a clip, right? If I remember correctly. What's the clip? Oh, it's my clip. Oh my god, I'm the best gamer. I got the power of shiny. The shiny is the power of shiny compels. Gun, though. I'm the gamer. Friends versus friends. Your little dance was. Thanks for the clip, Rip. I'm gonna put this into like my Discord channel. Thank you. I'm just gonna put it here. Now we can watch adorable Kaka doing this victory dance. I like the victory dance. Alright, time to watch some food. Appam. Oh, Little India. Little India. And she has a very defined face though, look at that. That's very cool. Do a specific thing, but without getting into the map itself, we can't really do it. Oh, there's like a secret character to unlock with a map in the map. Are we eating? I mean, I'm not eating, but I'm looking at street food, and to look if they are a food yay or food clam. That doesn't look bad. Appam. I think appam is like how do you explain this? It's like a coconut pastry or something? And I think that's coconut milk, but I don't know what that powder is. It's like a crepe. Oh, that looks really good though. Tosai? It says it's appam, huh? Milo dinosaur. Milo dinosaur. You cannot go wrong with Milo dinosaur. If only Dusty is here, it's like Kobo, While we're on the topic of food. Food, good. I like food. I'm hungry now, haven't eaten yet today. Oh my god, Ryuki! Super busy assignments. No, you're gonna eat something. It's almost evening. Alright. I'm gonna judge you how much you put. How much are you gonna put? How much powder are you gonna put? More? More? Only that? Oh, you stingy. You could put more. You could put more on there. Crime. Also, this gigantic can of Milo. It's a normal. Okay, that flower. No, that flower doesn't. What? What $5 啊！walao eh. Can you eat the flower? Check Telegram. Oh shit. Yep, a year worth of milk. Nah, if you're me, you know, sometimes what we do is that we just grab a spoon, get a spoonful of Milo powder, and then just like eat it. Yeah. Eat normal. Exactly.
Are you ready yet?
Yo. Oh yo. Toss that bread. Toss that dough. Oh, look at the toss. Oh my god, it's so good. This is how you toss it. Look at it. Oh, you break the dough though. That's a little bit sad. For the good tossing, you get a pass. We eat the Milo raw. See? I will still order. No, I will cry and I will bite your ankle. I will take good care of Milo. I will bite your ankle. You cannot stop me from eating the Milo powder raw. Why are you slapping that dough just now? Oh my god, why are you using your hand? Sneaky spoon. Slap. Ooh, that's a lot of clips. Ooh, wait, let me post them into the Discord server so that I don't forget. And then I can well, we can watch them afterwards if I remember. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, let me post it there, and then we can watch it afterwards. Blaster Prata. Milo herself will also eat Milo raw. It's normal. I feel like that Desti will like eat Milo on a daily basis. Done. Thank you, Brian. Please stop eating a drink. It's powder. It's powder. It's good. Look. If you try it once, if you try it once. Oh my god, that's such a good tossing. I'm gonna cry. Oh my god, it's perfect. Look at that. That's how you toss the dough. I'm not gonna eat flour. Flour has no taste. But Milo, on the other hand, Oh, what's that clip? Oh, it's Kureshu. Hi, Wildflower. If it's Kureshu's clip, here, let me. I'm gonna put this here. Pause it first. Kureshu. After this video, we watch that. Okay, for the crimes against Milo, I will make Hobo eat Vegemite. You cannot make me. I will eat Milo powder always. I will avoid Vegemite. Oh, that's a beautiful tossing. Not stinky. I'm pretty close to Oz, but not Aussie. What is that? I don't know what that is, but I want it. Onion? Oh no. Let's say if a competitor for this year's coolest simp. Maybe the competitor combo is. I solely simp for fuckable lizards. Nah, I see dragon. Kureshu is nice dragon. The slap. Gonna eat a bit now. Watching this is too much. Stomach growling now. Oh, it's okay. Go eat. Go eat. Go eat. It's very important. I'm sorry, but also I'm glad you're eating as well. Can this man stop using his hands to sprinkle the oil? I feel like they are. I feel like they know what they're doing. In a way, you know. I seen like there's like this restaurant Al Asna, which is also like a mamak store who does this. They clean their hands always, so I'm like, yeah, I trust that. I think. Sizzles. That actually looks really good. Hand touch adds the flavor. No, don't put it like that. Mutton mutapa. Oh, mutapa. Ah, oh. Ayo, mutapa so good. Ah, walao eh. Lapar sangat saya. Tak boleh tahan juga. Make sure to play the meaty hand slap when up here. Why you have to put it that way? It's a meaty hand slap. That honestly looks really good. Oh my god. Jade's a professional at serving, folks. Jade loves serving. True. Yeah. Dum biryani. Oh, give me the good stuff. And biryani is also nice. The rice is pretty dry though. Oh, got some cut. Ooh! Oh, this is just food yay all the way! Oh, that doesn't look too bad. No, Kobo, this is jasmine. It's supposed to be dry, else it turns to paste. Oh! Yeah, I'm pretty dumb when it comes to food, but yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. But long dogs are hunting our Chinese? But why? Hi, base. I recognize the name. You're from Latrica. I saw your name in Latrica's channel. Although my shinies though. Hi, I'm looking at food videos. How was stream? What were you playing? I get to send the HL. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'll wait for you to come back. In the meantime, I'm gonna give you. Oh, Darkest Dungeon! I was about to play it too. I was contemplating whether if I want to play Slay the Spire, Darkest Dungeon, or Friends vs. Friends. And I decided on Friends vs. Friends. Hopefully it was heckin' fun. I'll do all the greetings and everything once the ad is done. So hungry, but I don't have money to order, and I thought I'll hold on until the 27th. Oh no. Could you make something simple? That sounds rough. I'm too lazy to cook right now. Oh no, mood. Oh no, mood. I was lazy. I was also lazy to cook yesterday, so I just get instant ramen instead. Oh, 5 seconds left. 5 seconds left with the it. I don't know why he's trying to like flatten the button. I have whole 15 RM left. Oh god. No, Gene. I assume the ad is gone. So, hey, hello Raiders. Hello Raiders from Basewood. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. And I do art I do art every Monday, and I love dragons to bits. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. And I hope Darkest Dungeon was fun. It's a game that I never finished though. Maybe I should finish it someday. Maybe. Have a good luck and do take care of yourself. Thank you. And take care. Drink some water. Get some rest. Get some food. And thanks for the raid again. Appreciate. I didn't see what they're making. Hi, Drake.
Hello. And welcome.
Redling, thank you. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. I wanted to pop in and help your... Well, and you have a great stream. Thank you, Drake. I'm doing pretty good. I just finished playing Friends vs. Friends and now I'm winding down by... Oh, Maggie Goreng! By looking at some food yay or food crime videos. Yeah. I'm doing pretty good. I hope you're doing good too.
Hello. And welcome.
Peter Matthews 007. Thank you. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for the follow. This will once we open up for me and send you money. I'll make sure to forget that. Jade, no. I mean, I don't know if I can help at all, but your situation sounds rough. I'm good. Right, got to head out for the local fur meet. See you later. Have fun with the fur meet, Drake. Thanks for stopping by. I'm getting hungrier the more I'm looking at this. It's only 5 PM though. It's only 5 PM. Oh, is this soup tulang? Oh my god, it might be actually soup tulang. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's soup tulang. Oh, I mean, the soup is a little bit... I cannot tell how it tastes. Soup tulang. Tulang is bone in Malay. So it's like bone soup. What is that? What is this? That looks wrong. Oh. You just suck it? Okay. Haji Johan. Roger? That's a different kind of rojak. I mean, I guess I'll have to see the end product. I mean, to be fair, rojak is the word mixture. Food crime? That stuff looked like it was eaten at least twice before. Why are you cutting it so fast? What are you doing? Okay, crime. No one is waiting. What are you doing? Why? I mean, is it cool? I don't think so. It's splashing everywhere. Why are you like this? Oh, I mean... Oh, it's Indian rojak. Oh, okay. It's a little different than the rojak here. I don't get why would they handle the knife like that? The best set. Spoiled by your EU cleanliness? I mean, EU looks like a very clean place. If you go to like the Pasar Malam around here, oof. Ooh. I'm gonna say it's a food crime. just by the way they handle the knife, it's just so scary. You have no idea how much anxiety that shit gives me. It's so brutal. Oh, that's not clean. The way you open up that coconut. Have you seen how other people open up the coconut?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it's coconut, right? It's coconut. I'll allow that, don't worry. Jade needs to know. Wait, what's with the spoon? What's with the spoon? It's already pengkang pengkok. The spoon is already broken. It's already pengkang pengkok. To get the nut meat out. That's everything. I mean, one food crime, I guess. Yeah, this is all the Indian food stuff here. Also, what is this clip? Rooftop and Alley, the parkour game. Parkour? Oh. Oh, it's a custom model. You can put custom model in this game? Yo, I might play it. I mean, look, I play Valheim because I can play as a custom model. You have no idea how much a game allows me to put a custom model in there. Makes me want to play the game a lot more. That's a nice model, by the way. That's a nice model, by the way. That's a nice dragon. Dragon, very nice. In Thailand, street food? I also kind of like Thailand street food. Oh, the Chinese is so... The Chinese is so 正宗啊。他们在说正宗华语。Is that satay? Can I suggest a food crime video? Yeah. 烤肉大串. Could I place a little custom model if the game doesn't allow for it? Ooh. A strong modder. I'm not that good. I only know if the game allows me to mod, or a mod that allows the game to change the model, then I can do it. To forcefully do it inside the game files, I cannot do it. Kebab. In that case, it was more about his voice being really high. Was it high? I actually didn't know. Maybe I should have stopped by Crash's stream more. This one, right? Okay. We'll watch this one. We'll watch this one. I'm scared. We watch this one first. And then we watch that one. That looks good. What type of 34 only? Can you check Telegram real quick? Okay. It's a 30-second video. Can I... Do I have to look on the stream? It's a safe video. Okay, give me a second. Okay, let me sorry, let me hide my screen because, well, my Telegram is very sus. I don't want anything showing up on my Twitch that might get banned. I don't want to get banned by Twitch. Okay, open up this video.
Chicken leg, right?
Oh, wait. Let me change it to watch.
Chicken leg.
And done. There. So we watched this. We watched this first. It's only 30 seconds. Jom buat resipi ini. Bacon tukar dengan chicken or beef slices. Eh?
Right into our chocolate powder. Big piece of bacon. Wrap that up. There is nothing you can't put on chicken. Mixed herbs, cumin on there, tomato paste, some garlic, red chilies. We've got some grapes or sultanas. Pouring our chocolate marinade.
No, it's sweet and savory. Get the fuck out. Ew. Ew. No, Jade, look. Milo, okay, Milo in itself, you eat it, it's good. You don't put it with something. This is a crime. Oh,
is nothing you can't put on.
No. Just imagine Tira shooting people. Shooting people in Hitman as Cobalt. Is that... I never played Hitman before. Can I play as a different model? I can somewhat understand Milo. When I was a kid, I frequently ate myself, but this... yeah. Putang ina more levels of please. Yeah, Jay, why you always learn the bad words? Ayya. Putang ina. No, I'm not from the Philippines, but I still know. What's with that whole fun? That's a tough whole fun. Is it MSG? I don't know what you're putting in. Peanut? What? That's a lot of condiments for a small amount of whole fun. Okay, okay. When you're around Filipinos, you learn really fast. Although I'm bummed out that I can't learn Tagalog as easily as I can German. Craven said that Hitman doesn't like its model being changed, but he plays Dragon anyway. So powerful. Ah, that doesn't look too bad. Oh, it's a crime on your side, lady. A huge chunk dropped off. Oh wait, no. Remember what I said about people putting their face on a on their storefront? This is not gonna be good, I feel like. Because this, I'm blocking it, but when people do this, I'm not expecting them to be good. I gotta feel sorry for you. It's tasty. Okay, look, eating Milo powder raw, it's so good. It's so heckin' good. Like, trust. You try it once, you get addicted. Why is she so nervous? She's mega nervous. She keeps looking at this camera. Unless she's someone well known? Question mark. I mean, I guess you cannot go wrong with... What do you call this again? Smoothie? Or maybe she likes the camera, I don't know. Cannot tell. Oh, wait, it's just called blended ice. Char yip. Char yip. To be honest, I don't even know what Milo even is. Oh, it's like a chocolate drink in powder. Think of Nesquik I don't know what Nesquik is, but more nutty. I always consider Milo to be just like some sort of chocolate drink. Nesquik is Milo but less nutty. That makes sense. Oh, this is gonna be so good right now. It's so hot today. Man, I think today and yesterday the weather is like about 40 degrees Celsius. Like fuck. It's mega hot these 2 days. It's not live, right? They're not killing live things, right? Need to make sure. I don't want to look at live things getting killed. Giant mud cockles. Nesquik is a cocoa base powder with sugar in it so kids can make themselves chocolate drink. No, then it's similar to Milo then, yeah. It's definitely similar. Oh, that's a nice green chili. Green chili sauce. 煎饼. Oh, pancake art. There's a lot of China people here. 等一下，别着急。Oh, overflowed. It's overflowed. Is this Mario? Yeah, I think it might be Mario. Mario's face is overflowing. Help! It's a fat Mario. Let's go. Oh, they cut it away. What is that? That's so sloppily made? Yeah, they tried. Although I can't, I mean, I don't know how to do this, so... What the fuck is that? It's Mario with double monocle. I say double monocle. I don't even want to say glasses. Destroy the Mario. I mean, nothing too fancy so far. Spicy oyster salad. And that's a lot of oysters. Actually, spoiler can't believe. But it is kinda not that good though. Why is there stock punch effect going on? I feel like the amount is kind of less. I feel like I want to eat more because I kind of like oyster. Feels like I want more. I'm so hungry. It doesn't affect me that much before now, but I'm so hungry now. So you're just putting soda into a big cup? I respect that. Coca-Cola in a cup of ice. I've ordered food. I suggest you do the same. I'll watch a few more. Yeah, I'll watch a few more videos. 25 baht for a cup of ice. Hey, people are gonna make a living, I guess. I'll watch a few more street food videos before I end the stream and go get some food. Oh, this is so good though. It's only 40 bahts, this one. Only 40 baht, eh? For a slice of cake like this. With real chocolate and Oreo. Next time in Thailand, make sure to bring a heat gun. Heat gun. Whoa, what are they making? Seafood platter? Oh my god, the pan is so small! Don't let it drop, please! I know it said this to me exactly, it's a charmander. What? Kung tep mala. He's just putting it on the tape. I mean, fair enough. I hear Korea back there. Hey, look, I would eat it like this. I'm a kobold. I would eat it like that. It's something nice on the table. I'm gonna eat it. Squid. Squid. Oh my god, there's empty ones. Clam. They have a whole ass shrimp. I don't know how I feel about this. But this is just normal stuff. Right? It's not as bad as like boiling a living thing alive in some video showcase that I have to skip. Monster ice cream? Kampung cup? Oh, is this like fried ice cream? Is that sago diap? Yeah, it's sago. My brother, chill. There's something like that's very sticky. It's gonna be very hard to like split in half. Damn. So I have one question. Is it heat or is it hot or is it cold on the pan? Because they are making some sort of ice cream, right? It's supposed to be cold? Question mark? It's extra cold? Okay. Is that peanut butter? That looks like peanut. I think the plates go as low. Minus 50 to 70. Oh my god, that's very cold.
What do you want, Todd? Strawberry, caramel, chocolate, and milk. Sweet milk.
Milk. I never tried this before. Someday I should try it. Milk. This is so cool. Condenses your milk quickly. What do you mean? Oh my god, so many sugar. Oh my god, it's diabetes. And the creme. Nice. That's a food yay from me. I mean, the rest has been quite normal, but this one, yay. Cobalt milk? Hey, I don't know. What? 007 Billion. Hi. Thanks for the follow. Cobalt milk. Oh, it melts. Oh, that's so cool. I want it though. Yeah, it melts. Oh. Well, it's okay. It's just milk. It's okay. It's just milk. Uh-huh. Oh. Uh-huh. Hey, can't block this. Can't block the milk. Oh, I can block the milk. I'm blocking it a little bit. No. Nah, why would I want to block it? No, there's too many milk. Too many calcium. Wait. Uh-huh. Oh, the next milk is great. Amazing freehand pancake artist. Homemade pizza. These are like just one thing. Egg fried rice dishes. $1 street food jumbo ice cream. Ah, there it is. Malaysia street food KL. KL? Oh yo. Oh yo, KL cannot. This one should be good. Crime. What the fuck is the amount of satay? It's such a small portion on each stick. I mean, okay, the meat looks good. It's not awfully dry. So hopefully the satay that comes out is like... My food's fine at a restaurant? Nice. Jade is productive today, extremely. You can say things will be good only because you're in Kuala Lumpur. I'm not in Kuala Lumpur. I'm in Miri. Me is Sarawakian. Oh, or should I say KL is West Malaysia? I'm in East Malaysia. Satay chicken. A stick. Oh, how many years is this? This is 4 years ago. Makes sense. Oh, I forgot. Sorry. I remember. Thank you, Breen. Also sorry. Definitely did not forget. Gonna go for now. Okay. Have a great one, Wildflower. Sorry, I know someone who was in KL. Maybe? Alright, let's watch this. It's a guaranteed food crime, right? I'm scared.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Henry's Kitchen. Where today
Why are you so scared?
we're gonna be
Relax.
making Henry's
Your shoulder
delicious
is like.
chocolate donut.
Huh?
There's
Yeah.
2 types of donuts.
Mm.
There's the yeast raised glazed ring donut. And the filled donut. The filled donut can be stuffed with preserves or custard or pretty much any kind of fluid that you can imagine. So, without further ado, like they say in New York, hey, let's make a fucking donut.
Hey, that's like a fucking okay.
Okay, so the recipe I'm using makes 5 donuts, but we're only going to be making 1 donut, so I'm just going to be dividing the ingredients by 5. So instead of 4 eggs, we'll be using 0.8 of an egg.
What the fuck? No! No!
I'm just going to put some of this back. I have a little plate here that I'll be using for my division.
Oh, is that how you're supposed to make it? I guess. Oh, okay.
A little bit. Okay, so I've got 2 tablespoons of melted butter.
I am
so
so
I'll be using
confused.
1/5 of that. This looks about right.
0.4
Over
tablespoons.
here I have some milk. And again, we'll use about 1/5 of that.
The eggs, they're oh, Joe.
Stir it up a little bit.
Yeah, this is a
Hey Siri, how much is 1/5 of 1 tablespoon of yeast?
0.2 tablespoons is 0.00078 gallons.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Okay.
So about 1/5. Hey Siri, how much is 1/5? Hey Siri, how much is 1/4 of
1 plus 1 over 4 is 1.25.
Hey Siri.
Please try again in a moment.
Hey Siri.
Henry.
Well, bleh.
I'm
What?
just gonna knead the dough a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna cover this up and let the dough sit for about 15 minutes so it gets nice and puffy.
Okay.
Maybe this is a good time for us to
Is
fire
Siri
up our
God
vegetable
says? Nice
oil.
transition.
Pour in enough oil to submerge approximately 1 donut.
Okay.
Okay.
Abue Siri.
Grab this bad boy. Roll it up like a pancake. And roll it up into a log.
Huh? Oh.
You know, I live in Hollywood, so all the names of the streets are named after famous actors or actresses. Like, for example, the street one over from me is called Fairfax. That one's not, but there's also High Point and then Crescent Heights. So actually, no, it doesn't do that.
I am.
And next, we're going to just conjoin the tips.
Oh, stupid ad. It's okay. For this, I will wait for the ad and I'll go back 10 seconds. It's okay. We need to watch this together with pure keen interest. Oh man. I mean, I can rewatch the starting again. We're at 3:14. The pause.
Chocolate donut. There's 2 types of donuts. There's the yeast raised glazed ring donut.
The pause. Oh my god. I cannot.
And the filled donut.
Hmm.
The filled donut can be stuffed with preserves or custard or pretty much any kind of fluid that you can imagine. So, without...
Oh wait, okay. 314 around here. Is this like? Oh my god, there's so many videos. This is like 5 years ago. Wait, it's not a parody, is it? Wait, I feel like they're still making it 1 day ago. Green chili verde. The viral flat croissant. Okay, back, nice. They're actually making so many videos, and it's still. Oh, what is this? Punching a clown food. What the fuck? Okay.
But there's also High Point.
Can I pet Snick? I really want to pet Snick.
Do that.
I want to pet Snick.
And next we're gonna just conjoin the tips to make a donut shape.
I feel like he's trying his hardest though.
Here we go.
Nice. That's a.
Let's put this in oil for 1 minute. Then flip to the other side.
You are.
Let's take this bad boy out and let him cool down a little bit.
It's you.
Now it's time to start thinking about some toppings that we can put on our donut. I've got some chocolate chips here. I'm going to melt in the microwave on high for 30 seconds. I also have some other surprises, like some chocolate sprinkles. And a lot of times you can even put your favorite cereal on top of your donut. I've got some Fiber One, which is not only good cereal, but it's also good for the digestive system.
Is this an ad? Is this an ad? Are you sponsored by Fiber One? My god, my face hurts. God damn.
Okay, so what we're gonna do
what's
now
with
is
the
we're gonna
music?
form sort of a assembly line, if you will.
Ah, that
where
donut
just
looks so
take our donut and
depressing.
we're first gonna dip it in the chocolate. And then we're just gonna dip it in our Fiber One.
I can't.
And then now we're gonna put on our chocolate chips. And now we have our completed donut. Henry's delicious chocolate donut.
Wow, I want to try it. I cannot believe it. Now I know how to make it. A bone apple teeth. Make it I can't. Oh, everything hurts. Oh god.
Well, thanks for joining me, everybody, here on Henry's Kitchen. And as always, I want to say a special thank you to all the patrons at Patreon/Henry's Kitchen.
Oh, nice. Save a Patreon.
These videos possible.
Good.
All the kids in the neighborhood tell me I don't look so good. How I would
The edits, it's everywhere. The ad is just like, boop, boop. Oh, is there another one? Hearty Super Bowl chicken pot pie. Yeah, let's watch this. You can see how he's having fun eating that. It's way too big. Yeah, let's watch this. That looks depressing. This is gonna be K. Oh, you look younger.
Welcome to Henry's Kitchen.
Uh-huh.
Well, the holidays are over, and if you're looking for a great way to gain those Super Bowl pounds, might I recommend Henry's Hearty Chicken Pot Pie.
I don't believe.
Chicken pot pie, as legend has it, is a direct descendant of the Australian meat pie, which is very similar in form to the British or American chicken pot pie. But nobody really knows for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, and this
Hey.
is Archie.
Hey,
The lady
Archie.
upstairs died, and she had this dog.
Oh
And I
God.
guess she didn't have any family, so the landlord asked me if I wanted the dog.
Oh God.
So I said sure, but unfortunately I'm gonna have to take him back because I don't know if you can tell. He's got something kind of fucked up with his tooth there.
Huh.
And they didn't tell me that, so legally I can take it back if they didn't mention that the dog was
Vet.
defective.
Bring it to the vet, please.
I'm gonna take him back.
Oh my God, it's so depressing.
Okay, the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna apply our pre-rolled pie crust.
Oh, it's already broken. Oh, it's already broken. Oh my God.
Sort of unfold nicely here.
No. Deep breaths. Oh, everyone's heart, hopes, and dreams gone just like that. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Perfect.
Perfect.
We're gonna set this aside while we prepare our fillings.
Oh, it's absolutely perfect.
Our onions are known for their lacrimatory quality, which means
Why are you cutting it like that?
apparently when you cut an onion, you're
first.
breaking the cells open, and that releases amino acid sulfides, which mix with the sulfenic acids to produce a volatile sulfur compound called propanethiol S-oxide, which stimulates the tear glands. So if you're ever cutting an onion in your kitchen and you start crying, you don't have to worry, it's perfectly healthy.
Don't cry, don't cry. I should be the one that's crying.
2 cups of canned chicken breast.
Is that how?
Put in our onions.
More onions? Okay.
Go ahead and put in some corn.
Canned chicken.
Go ahead and put in our peas.
I'm gonna cry. Canned chicken.
Of chicken soup.
What is a cream chicken soup?
You know, years ago there was a French performer named Lebeteman who used to close his show by sticking a rubber hose in his anus and farting the French national anthem. And of
Like,
course,
are we
back then,
talking mush with chicken taste?
crazy or they laughed
It
at
sounds
him,
about
but
right, I think. I never had canned chicken before, but ooh, the sound. Ooh.
pie crust,
It's so slimy.
like so. Now we just need to put another crust on top.
Oh my God. No.
This shit
Do it,
again.
bro. Do it slowly. You don't have to destroy.
Okay, now we're ready to put it in the oven.
Yeah, okay. 1.5 hours at 450 degree. Like when I was in the military. Oh hi Tingte. When we had canned chicken thing, it was depressing.
Shan, bar G-E-U-A-O tilde.
38 months, thank you Tingte. What the fuck am I looking? No.
Thanks for hanging out with me today on Henry's Kitchen, and tune in next week.
Nice
We're gonna
angle.
make Henry's Valentine's Day baby cakes, cake pops from baby cakes.
Henry's hearty chicken pot pie. Oh. Archie. No, Archie. The cat. The cat. Oof, fuck. I need that. Oh god, let's look at some street food, shall we? Oof, that's a lot to take in. Wow, I feel like my hopes and dreams are gone with how it destroyed the pie crust. Back to real food. This is from KL, right? This is 4 years ago. Oh damn, look at that toss. Ooh. John said he's Gordon Ramsay's brother, so John is like good at cooking. Nice. Should ask him cook next time, because I don't know how to cook at all. Oh, one too many tiles. Everything is broken. He said yes, nice. Well, next time he come back, he better cook for us. Hell yeah. Free food. Roti canai with dark curry. You can have it. Is it that bad? It's not bad. It is as roti canai as it gets, I would say. Coconut stick. I miss roti canai. We could go to Al Asna next time. I've acquired food. Nice. Combo go get food. Then this will be the last street food video we'll watch today, lo. I'm gonna go get food afterwards. I am actually getting hungry. Is that sugar? Yeah, food good. Jake got food, Pog. Is that coconut? Are you trying to make coconut shake? Oh yeah. Oh, pets and poops. Hi legs. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Coconut milkshake. Goyang, 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 goyang. Goyang dia. It's tripping. What are you doing? I mean, I guess. One more float. I mean, the ice cream is as watery as ever. Is your freezer not working? The ice cream is half melted. Are you alright? Hope you're doing good, Lex. But it is a very big cup, yeah. Fried chicken? This looks like it's gonna be fried chicken. Fried chicken chop. Ali-san, what? Yep, it is. They always say it's Taiwan nice, Taiwan fried chicken, or like Taiwan fried chicken chop. Huh. I have 20 pound or euro pound. Okay, no job right now, but I kinda wanna go buy a bacon butt. Bacon butt? Wait, that sounds rough though. Oh god. Oh, that's euro, so that's pound. Shit. Oh god. That looks alright. Bacon bap is a bacon sandwich. Oh, that's how you call bacon sandwich. Still quite eepy. Neat good otherwise. I assume that's but good otherwise. Hope there's not too many food crimes today. Not a lot of food crimes. But we watched some Henry Kitchen and it's kind of a crime, but also very funny. It's like K's kitchen, but Henry's kitchen. That looks alright. I do crave for this though. I'm very hungry. Fuck. Henry's hearty food crime chicken. Food crime chicken. Look at that little lady behind. So curious. Ice cream yu. What is... Ooh. Ooh. Nice. Hey, simple but nice. 3 scoops? I like it. I want it. It's simple and I want it. Ooh, I want it though. Ooh. Ooh, I want... Oh, hey, thunked. Wow, thank you, thunked. Oh wait, it shows up there now. Thank you, thunked. You ever try cinnamon ice cream? Nope. Don't think I tried it. Everything is flying everywhere. Why are you trying to do so fast for? I might be biased, but everything looks tasty though. It's big yum. Cinnamon ice cream. Oh god, why am I getting... Why am I getting grabbed? Oh, it's Salo's hand. Wow, Salo has huge hands. Oh, that looks good. Shit, that actually looks really good. Naked Salo hands, no gloves. Salo's adorable. Mochi. It's peanut mochi. Thanks for boop. I had the churro ice cream once, which was pretty darn good. Not cinnamon on its own, but very tasty. Oh. Wanna try pickle ice cream at some point? Pickle ice cream? Never heard about it. Oh, that's a big one. Yeah, this is good. I always love this. Whenever I go to like, it's not pasar malam, but also morning pasar sell this, I'm gonna buy them. Look at the filling. Oh my god, it's pure filling. What? Hi, Salo. I'm getting licked. It's okay, I'm getting licked by another kobold. Hi. Hope you're doing good, Salo. Kobold friend. Oh, sandwich, okay. Is that 猪肉干? That might be 猪肉干. You submitted the bottom bowl. I assume you're saying salo. I'm just gonna assume you're saying to salo. I can squish the salo too. Oh, are those new emotes? Nice. Oh, that as well, nice. Oh, that's not a bad looking sandwich. Bakwa sandwich. Bakwa, oh. Meet the bottom? I don't know. Coffee Mensa didn't specify who. What? No, I'm still here. Why are they making? Literally snoot. And I never will. Oh, I guess us kobolds are bottoms now. Look, we know the answer is yes. I can't damn it, I can argue with that. I cannot argue with that. What is this? I don't think I know what this is, but I want to try it. Eat it all. Is it just fried eggs or something else? I don't know, but I want it. They even have like a double pan situation here. A double huge pan. I am so hungry. Wow, I never felt this hunger before. Like, no, I mean this kind of hunger. I feel like my stomach is like Lala omelette. Oh, those were Lala. It's so small. It's so small that I can barely see them. God, I want this. I want it. I want to eat her. Oh, that's it? No, I mean, yeah, but no. It's okay. Look, we still have so many more to watch. Next time we can still look at all of these. Look at, I found a playlist. I can look at all of them. I need to sleep, but I'm not hungry. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, Salo. I'm also very hungry. Oh, is that another is that another Henry video? Oh god, okay, last one then. Food now. Salo the Koyip. I haven't seen this one. Well. The veggie turducken. Turducken? The veggie turducken. Is it turkey duck chicken? I mean, it's a wild assumption, but I don't think it is. It's a very wild assumption. Okay, Salo, maybe looking at this will make you not hungry anymore. When Henry's making it, who knows?
Hello, everybody,
Why
and
you
welcome to Henry's Kitchen.
What is that?
Today, we're going to be making Henry's fucking veggie turducken.
You didn't
or
even.
As it is commonly known as the veggie duckin. The veggie duckin was first conceived by Dan Pashman in late 2012, but is still served to this day at Thanksgiving feasts all around Los Angeles.
Fucking veggie duckin.
I'm sorry, I set myself up with Airbnb, which is a service that allows travelers to rent out my place for an affordable price, and it sounds like our guest is here.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. What's with the camera?
Oh, I'm making an instructional cooking video.
Oh, great.
Oh.
Okay. Is this 755?
Yeah.
Franklin?
Yeah, come on in.
Okay, great. All right. Where's my room?
Well, this is it. I mean, I've got a bed set up for you, and right now I'm working on making the veggie duckin for tomorrow's Thanksgiving breakfast.
Ma'am, sir, excuse me,
just
but
go ahead and have a seat,
I think I'm 3 times the size of you.
Make yourself comfortable.
Great. Thanks.
Me gonna go for streams? Okay. Have good stream, Merp. Thanks for hanging around. Is that Billy Bob Thornton? I don't know.
This isn't going to be on the whole time.
So the ingredients that we're going to be using are 1 giant banana squash, 2 medium-sized yams, 3 medium leeks, 1/2 a cup of olive oil, 1/2 a cup of vegetable broth, 1 yellow onion, 6 garlic cloves, and also some bread crumbs and some herbs for our stuffing. Okay, we're gonna start by putting our onions
He's just at the behind.
along with the garlic, and we'll do the same thing with our bell pepper.
I know, but not every part of it is 3 times bigger than you. Maybe like 1 times bigger or 2 times bigger. Oh, the noise. Oh god.
And we're gonna pour all that into a saute pan. We're gonna let it sit there for about 5 minutes. In the meantime, maybe this is a good opportunity to get to know our guest a little bit.
Oh, stop. Don't. No.
So, what is it that you do, Joe?
Why do...
Well, these days, I don't do much.
Okay. We're gonna take 2 cups
Thank you.
of fresh parsley. And again, we're gonna grind it up.
I want to nom Jade too. Oh my god.
Now we're gonna start putting everything into our work bowl. The parsley, along with our onion mixture.
Oh. Oh, the sound.
Olive oil. 4 cups of breadcrumbs. And we're just going to stir all this up. Most vegetarians that I've talked to say they don't like it when a host goes out of their way to make a special dish just for them. Most vegetarians are very friendly, although you want to be careful not to give off a sense of being threatening or taunting in any way, because they could go into what's called a fight or flight response mode, which could trigger them into aggressive activity. But by and large, you'll find that they're a very friendly group. We'll start by cutting our banana squash in half.
That's huge. That makes sure it looks surprisingly like ground beef. It kind of does, right? Oh, careful! Oh God! Oh no! Grounded thing. Voila!
Now we just need to hollow it out. Let's see if Joe wants to help us.
Kobo, you know you suck at cooking.
Hey Joe, do you want to help me
I think.
hollow out one of these banana squash
I
halves?
actually never heard of that. That's a squash. That was a fucking pumpkin.
I don't want to have anything to do with anything you're doing today. I don't want to be in your video. I don't want to be your friend. I need a place to stay.
Yeah.
Okay, well Joe doesn't sound like he wants to participate with us today, which is fine. I'll just do it myself. You just want to take all this.
Yeah, I know I can cook.
And put it
They're
in
already
a
showing
bowl.
all the food yays. Oh, okay.
Okay, now it's time to start building our veggie duck in. We're going to start by taking our stuffing and putting in a layer on the bottom.
It's not even
about
enough.
a half-inch thick.
It's not even enough.
Now let's
It
start
went through the
laying down our
floor.
leeks.
The floor stuffing.
Now we're going to lay in our 2 sweet potatoes.
I can see the dirt.
And we're going to top it off with yet another layer of stuffing. You know, I think a lot of times during the holidays we get so caught up in the joy and the laughter and the happiness and whatnot that sometimes
Oh God.
we lose sight of the underlying reality that when you really think about it, the world is a pretty shitty place. Okay,
You can
now
say
we're
that
just
again,
gonna
I guess.
Top it off with the
Is
other
that a
half
hair?
of our banana squash.
I actually don't know
like
anymore.
so. And now we're ready to put it in the oven.
It's gone. No, no, fuck you.
Now that our veggie duckin is completely assembled, we're going to put it in the oven and we're going to leave it there overnight. I've preheated the oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. And what we're going to do is...
It's not a room. It's a closet.
Oh no.
And what we're going to do is we're going to leave it there overnight, and tomorrow Joe and I are going to enjoy delicious veggie duckin Thanksgiving Day feast.
Yay. It's
He
preheated.
was a star, but he didn't get far. That's the way of fortune and fame. Yeah, he was funny.
Oh no.
made
Oh
lots
no.
of money, but you can't remember his name. And if you see me
This poor person.
out on the street,
Oh my God.
buy me a cup of coffee, put me back on my feet. He went to parties and he met starlets, even had a wife or two. Those were the good days, those were the old days.
That's
but
so
now
scary.
those days are through. It was November or maybe December.
Jay's on the
She
menu
saw
now.
him
Wait,
on a
can I nom
TV
Jay?
show. He did a guest spot and then she remembered his name was Hollywood Joe. And if you see me
Where's the turducken? I was still remember me December. Oh hey, look, there it is.
cup of coffee, put me back on my feet.
Oh, it hurts.
Okay, rise and shine.
Hey.
Thanksgiving Day veggie duckin is served.
I'm living in a closet. Oh.
Well, thanks for joining us, everybody, and happy Thanksgiving.
Henry Kitchen Masterclass.
It's actually very good.
It is good.
Buy me a cup of coffee, put me back on my feet.
That was actually pretty good. That's a grow of depression right there. I know, right? I'm sleeping in a closet. Woo, woo. Oh my god, good stuff. That was actually really good. Henry, congrats! Jade is nommable. Noted. Noted too. I should nom Jade. Because I'm hungry. Also, my camera is not working anymore. I mean, I think it's working here. Is it too dark? Yep, it is. This should be fine. Poor Joe should get a coffee. I want to drink coffee, honestly, but I cannot. I decided to stop drinking coffee for like a week. So, yeah, I'm not gonna drink coffee. I want to listen to this again. And I'm gonna loop this. And I'm gonna go here. I am now a big couple. Let me close this one. Also, I should find a rate target. I mean, we did have a rate target, right? Merp mentioned that he's gonna stream. I might hate looking at my work schedule for today. Oh no. I mean, we are at a 13-hour difference. So it's like very early morning for you. Oh no. Thank you for streaming. Of course. Thanks for hanging around. It's full. Is that a couple? A Veritaki. I should check out Veritaki real quick. Yeah, Merp just started streaming. He's playing Kenshi? Nice. I was there when he was playing Kenshi last night. Or at least last night my time. Veritaki is a fun bolt, there's a lot of art. Nice. Veritaki. And it's a purple bolt too, it's perfect. Like sculpting? Oh my god. So stonk. I mean, I don't know how to do sculpt. Wait, I'm gonna beat myself for a bit. Okay, I'm back. I mean, immediate follow for Veritaki, of course. I mean, a purple bold. I like purple. Purple good. We should rate Merp. I wanna rate Merp. Let's rate Merp. I mean, I should do some sculpting as well this Monday. Yeah. And I don't think I'm missing anything. Oh yeah, I mean, I should explain it now. You know, I have that one up there. It's about... I could explain it once more, but it's I'm putting in the donation goal updates because of the house loan thing, and I decided to like put it there because I kind of want to help my mom a little bit. The house loan is like, if I remember correctly, I only know about this about 2 months ago or 1.5 months ago. It's like 4,000 plus per month for the house loan. So it's like it's kind of a lot. That's why I kind of want to help a little bit with bills. You know, I know with my current situation, I don't think I can help pay the house loan in any way possible. Only help a little bit with the other bills that I can help. So that's why. But of course, only help if you can, and if not, then honestly, you guys here is already more than enough. So yeah, house loan 那个爸爸走之前，他那个我们这个家的还没有还完吗？然后那时候 CIMB 打电话给阿妈了，他讲因为爸爸的那个 insurance 是没有包他那个钱呐，所以变成妈妈要还一个付4000多块每个月咯。因为爸爸的那个保险没有帮忙保，所以变成才会这样的事情了。是啦，那个 Prudential 的，他每次过后才跟阿妈讲嘛，讲哦，这个没有保那种死亡然后给钱这样的。然后他们讲爸爸买的是没有保生命的，我就哎呦，这样来做都可以啊。It is what it is. We cannot change anything. 听讲是保 Medicare 的。
Hello. Remember to open up the subtitle. Thank you.
It's okay. I'm speaking Chinese. This is like me speaking to my sister. I mean, someone can understand Chinese, right? 那我们听 Prudential 的人讲是保那个Prudential 是讲保 Medicare 而已的，没有讲保命的。就是如果爸要去看医生的话，才会去帮忙还那些钱这样呢。No idea what's being said, but I love it. It's so cool. It's the Malaysian Chinese. It's not proper Chinese. It's Malaysian Chinese. I say Discord. Okay, I can answer you there. I can answer you there afterwards. Hey, I don't think I'm missing anything. Wait, I am missing something. Let me summon Bernie. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. Can get that line? I will. Let me do it real quick. I need more space.
Thanks, Bernie Tile Rack Pet Pet.
Thanks, Bernie. Okay. I got the space. Ooh, the burn. Ow. And this. Oh. Okay. Okay. It's just a little bit, but I'm always out of breath after doing that. Like, honestly, it's not much, but still. Ooh. Hey, malicious magpie. Don't hurt yourself, that's my shtick. No, wait. No, don't hurt yourself. Did I hurt myself? No, I didn't. But it's the burn. I feel the burn. Good job. I'll take it. Oh, okay. And I also have a Discord. It's where I put my stream announcement and stuff. I'm still trying to catch my breath. Oh man. Lovely squattles. I love doing that. The burn while you're on fire. Because I worked out and I burned a little bit. Squattles be good, yes? It's nice. And gosh, Tikaka's bungo is perfect. The gems are so shiny too, look at that. It's such a nice emote. And Cobalt loves. And Cobalt love the bongo. I think... And let's use the rate message. This one. Yeah. I mean, of course, you guys can use whatever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Yeah. Sit up belly. Oh.
Yup.
Yup. Yup. I should type in the rate first. I should just copy and paste the name. It's easier so that I don't do a mistake. Rate to a heckin' FB channel. Oh, that's a cute one. Like, peace. I won a piece. I think that's everything. I'm not sure what to do tomorrow. I feel like this week, I don't know why this week I feel a little over the place. As in, I don't know what to do, right? We'll see what I'm gonna do tomorrow. It's gonna be like a impromptu. Nah, I mean, my stream has always been like, I don't know what I'm doing. I just want to be here and have a good time. That's usually why I stream. So yeah, we'll see what tomorrow I'll do. At least like every Monday, I don't need to think about this too much because every Monday it's gonna be hard. So yeah, it's easier. Anyway, I'm ready to raid, and I don't think I'm missing anything. I think it's all good, right? I don't think I'm missing anything. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also now that you guys are all loved, valid, and made to very valuable. And Cobalt loves y'all. Oh yeah, and the compatible. I forgot about that. And here comes the raid to Merp. Bye.
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns. Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know. You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. Instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horns.
I always loved the motorcycle chain. I don't know why this is the first time I heard like around on the tits. It's like, oh no, my brain has been corrupted. My brain immediately went to corrupted around on the tits. Like, oh no. Oh no. Oh wait, I forgot about the Rick message. Didn't I not copy that? There we go. I got it. Oh, I was copying Merp's name. That's why I was like, oh. Raid? Oh. Oh, do we have a counter raid? Ooh, raid. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. And Kobold loves y'all. Smooches. Bye bye.
Dot.
Dot. Bye, Pinky.